Okay, so we are, inshallah, going to start the first speech, be it 5 minutes late. But first of all, thank you. What a wonderful sermon that was, Payam. You're welcome. Okay, so I have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker. This is a software engineer by day and an expert gamer by night, but the most important, a fantastic submitter. Now, a very quick, interesting fact about our first speaker. Did you know that our next speaker holds the unofficial world record for the longest uninterrupted gaming session? Legend has it that he played for so long that his controller started asking for a break. Now, whether this is true or not, it's still a fact that I'm going to share. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yunus to the stage.
Thank you, Busha. Couldn't have done it better myself. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Figured we would kick the sermon off with an auspicious topic. One that many of you heard and undoubtedly might even wonder what it's doing up there. And I assure you it will, inshallah, get interesting. To start, oh, Dante, I gotta do this. There we go. Nice. All right. Identity. So, when I was a teenager, taking classes in high school, I took a philosophy class. I walked in, and one of the first things the teacher does to you, if you've ever done this, you might have gone through this, and I'm going to ask you now the same thing. Oh, God. Is it working? It worked. Who are you? And I mean this sincerely. Who are you? I'm asking you, not just as some kind of metaphorical question. It's literally it's a question. Who are you? Right? And, when I was 14, I answered. I said, yeah, I'm Yunus. And then the teacher's like, no, that's your name. I'm like, whoa, I'm 14, and this is really deep. It's actually deep, And there's a lot of answers to this. You can say, I'm a student. I'm a teacher. I'm a mechanic. I'm a, whatever. A mother, a father, a professor, whatever you can think of. The question, the answer for us is a submitter to God. This is the real answer to this. Here's the cheat sheet. Essentially, the blueprint for the rest of the sermon. This is what we're going to explore. Now, when we talk about your identity, you are a submitter. We say this all the time. We just said it. I am a submitter, by God's leave. People talk about this. This is a core identity. This is one of the best answers, in fact. They call this an existential identity. There's others. They call them social identities, psychological identities, physical identities. I'm a male athlete. I'm a happy person. I don't know. That's a social, psychological identity. A depressed person. We have this a lot these days. People identify as people with insomnia and anxiety, right? This is real. Now, of course, maybe you're not just a submitter, though. Maybe you're also, a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a CEO. We have those. An engineer, a mechanic, electrician. And these aren't inherently wrong, inherently. But we'll get into that in just a bit. So today, inshallah, we're going to go through, we'll speed this up a little bit. We're going to go through a few things, starting with the idea of a core identity, right? So this is when your identity becomes you, right? This is when... again, you're a submitter. You are a submitter, right? And in the process, here's the second part of this that we'll talk about, something I like to call as within, so without. This means whatever is inside of you should be reflected on the outside. Your actions, your behaviors, the way you carry yourself. That's that. So a submitter does things in a certain way. And finally, the third point is your manifest identity, which is the reflection and the look back on yourself, right? And I'm very purposeful with this because there is a few ways to build identities, and we're going to get to some fun things in a second, inshallah, assuming this clicker works. So first, let's talk about forging an identity. This is going to be, inshallah, very quick. There is multiple sort of theories of mind that people have built. And this one looks at beliefs, values, attitudes, and behaviors. And they all interconnect. Now, you don't need to read this. Everybody knows what these words mean. They all feed into each other. But if you don't like this weird diagram, you can also have a pyramid. Whatever you think about it, it's really the same thing. Your beliefs, your values are built on, your beliefs then build your values. You believe in God. You believe in the hereafter. You believe in the unseen. That builds into your values. What do you value? You value your soul growth, not sinning. You value the things that God tells you to value in the Quran. And that leads to your behaviors, which might be you get up in the morning and you cheerfully do your contact prayer. Payam just talked about this, right? These are things that build you. Now, that's one very minor sliver of being a submitter. Brick by brick, you build this up. You become the submitter. That becomes your identity. Now, this is the core identity part of this. So building your core identity, when you first become a submitter, you might look something like this. And I drew this graph as to say, you can imagine all of these bars. You have, let's say, 10 different identities. You know, you're a teacher, gamer, submitter, whatever, right? Like, it just goes on. And maybe you only really think about God maybe 15% of the day. What does God say about this, right? And we know that, for instance, God says that 7:105, you shall remember your Lord within yourself, publicly, privately, quietly, day and night. Do not be unaware. The footnote reads, your God is whoever or whatever occupies your mind most of the day. This explains the fact that most of those who believe in God are destined for hell. Right? This is a critical thing. This is a mixed soup. This is not, whatever you believe, whatever you think about most of the day, this is not it yet. In fact, the reason it looks like this is because God tells us that in 18:7, we have adorned everything on earth in order to test them and to distinguish those among them who would do righteous works, right? This is it. This is one very slim, simple way to look at your tests and the things. Now, ideally, you move on, and this becomes your core identity, what I'm calling the 50+% of your day. You think about God, right? This is now a core identity for you. This is something that you do regularly. That is ingrained a part of you. Your actions, your beliefs, your values. You taken away from other things, so you don't give them as much credence, and you build yourself. And again, I want to emphasize this is a process, right? God tells us in I'm going to read just the beginning of 33:4. God did not give any man two hearts in his chest, right? So even this, you might think, you can do better. Maybe we can make this one day, inshallah, 100%. But that's not the point of this. The point of this is that there's something interesting going on here. That this is not just a phenomenon. This is where, inshallah, hopefully we'll spice this up a little bit. This isn't just some social phenomenon, something that is just sort of up in the air. God actually gave us multiple things that is actually built into the neurobiology, right? Like your brain. Your brain has functions of, let's call it identity, okay? And let's start with a very, very critical verse that all of us know, 7:172. Recall that your Lord summoned all the descendants of Adam and had them bear witness for themselves, am I not your Lord? They said, yes, we bear witness. Thus, you cannot say on the day of the resurrection, we were not aware of this. The footnote reads, thus every human being is born with instinctive knowledge about God. Now, this instinctive knowledge, I think we often think is limited to the realm of the soul. But, as it turns out, there's two very actual scientists. They wrote these. That is the wrong button. Maybe that's why it won't go. Ooh. There we go. You have to, aim it. Okay. Neurobiology of the Brain. These are two awesome books. One of them is called Why God Won't Go Away. The other one's called How God Changes Your Brain. Now, these guys are not affiliated with any religion, okay? They find something miraculous. What they find is that belief and identity is actually a core part of your brain, so much so that if you lose faith in everything, right? They've done multiple variations of this. I'm giving you very short cliff notes. If you lose faith in everything, even your own ego, if you lose all of your sense of self, what we see is actually something that is more and more common today. We see people that are anxious, depressed, helpless, lonely, complete loss of self-worth, and even suicidal thoughts. This is what you see. So this instinctive knowledge isn't just somewhere in your soul. It's also built into your brain. You, as a human being, need to worship something. to be a functional human being. Now, of course, students of the Quran will immediately know most people obviously don't worship God. Most people worship their egos. We'll get to that near the end, God willing. Now, so this is a remarkable fact, like something we didn't know not that many years ago. These books were written, I think, 10 or so years, 10, maybe 15 years ago. Okay, so, but the question is, what happens when we talk about some identity? This word identity, again, I picked it very specifically because there's something that we're all familiar with these days. And if you might have seen this coming, I hinted at it strongly. The LGBT, whatever, this identity mush, right? So, and this is, now, you might think this is funny or some like cheeky thing, but it's actually these false gods that people make, these identities, turn into literal false gods. When something starts with something like lust, right? Which is, I think, strongly argue Quranically is the source of this identity. But then their values become hedonism. Just lust and hedonism, that's their values. Their behaviors, obviously, no need to describe anything. Everyone's very well aware. And so what happens, right? These people gain so much. They are actually so audacious, right? This is why I'm bringing this up, not because of any other reason, but these people really stick to their values. Now, that might sound crazy. Again, I'm making a juxtaposition here. How many people do we know that have just not stood up for the truth, not stood firm for their beliefs, fallen off the path? How many people do you know? Ask yourself. What about these people? These people, you talk to any one of these people, they are like extremely, just like everything is about them and their values, and if you violate them, they're angry at you, they don't like you. Like, they are firm in their values. And ironically, sometimes, it's not lost on me, the irony. I'll think to myself, do I stand up as firm for my values as a submitter as some of these people do for theirs, right? And as again, that might sound crazy, but here's the juxtaposition. Now we move on. So how do we balance this? You want to build your identity, we go back to the realm of submission. Let's build our identity, and as within, so without. We want to be consistent inside and outside. Beliefs and values, attitudes and behaviors. So the challenge is aligning, please click, you're aligning your actions with your identity. This is the main challenge. And what happens, God tells us, what's the opposite of this? When your actions and your values don't align, that is called hypocrisy. What does God tell us about this? 61:2. Oh, you believe. Why do you say what you do not do? Most abominable in the sight of God is that you say what you do not do. So, we move on. What do we do to do this? To make sure that we're congruent, God gives us many tools, and the top one is perseverance, right? Alignment. This alignment of inside, what we learn from the Quran, what we believe, and how we act requires steadfast perseverance. God tells us in chapter, I'm going to read 41:33 and 35, God willing, 6:34. The subtitle is Submitters. Who can utter better words than one who invites to God, works righteousness, and says, I am one of the submitters? None can attain this except those who steadfastly persevere. None can attain this except those who are extremely, extremely fortunate. This is it, right? This requires a lot of perseverance. Or not. Sometimes, as within, not so without. That's called a hypocrite, right? That is called a hypocrite. And humans tend to be just utterly like the most hypocritical creatures. I would venture, as I put here, that they are most consistently nothing but hypocritical. They will manipulate, they will say one thing, do another, and it's very consistent. And we can look at this as a way of saying critical of others, but permissive of ourselves. There's so many examples of this, and I wrote some stuff here, but I'm going to just fast forward. Essentially, people have done many research bits on this, and they've given each other like false power, right? And consistently they observe the people in charge, the people who have power, will just tell people, like, they'll say, don't over-report your traveling expenses. This is literally one study they did. And then they will turn around and report more travel expenses themselves. It's just always the case that humans are hypocritical. And one of the researchers thinks that this is because humans tend to give lip service and soft thought to high ideals, and while most acting to achieve low practical personal ends. But he misses with all due respect to him, I'm sure he's a great astute professor. But we know from the Quran why humans are so hypocritical, right? And this is what we briefly talked about earlier. It's the self. The people that are most hypocritical are the most egotistical. They're the ones, and again, I'll read some verses. They're the ones who will do they'll say whatever they want to you, and they'll do whatever they want to get their own ends. God warns us. 25:43. Have you seen the one whose God is his own ego? Will you be his advocate? And what does God tell us to do to get rid of this? Obviously, this is, again, I'm alluding to my graph of somebody who thinks about themselves most of the day. Their ego, their God is their ego. This is their identity. They've made it about themselves. 2:54, very, very famous verse. Recall that Moses said to his people, "O my people, you have wronged your souls by worshiping the calf. You must repent to your Creator. You shall kill your egos. This is better for you in the sight of the Creator. He did redeem you. He's the Redeemer, most merciful." Now we have some other tools, mashallah, that we have. I'm calling this submitter identity alignment. I'm having a field day with this. Eliminate your doubts. We talked about this a lot in the past year. Eliminate your doubts, right? There's an expression in English, it's called sunlight's the best disinfectant. God says, 2:147, this is the truth from your Lord, do not harbor any doubt. When you harbor doubt, you keep it in. You don't speak, you don't ask, you don't question, right? You're not doing this work of bringing the within and the without and bringing them together. Worship, worship, worship. God says, you shall sing the praises of your, 15, 80, 98, and 99. You shall sing the praises of your Lord and be with the prostrators and worship your Lord in order to attain certainty. And finally, of course, definitely not least, we have studied the mathematical miracle of the Quran. In 1741, God tells us that this eliminates our doubts. This it helps us attain certainty. And finally, now to my final and third point, what I'm calling manifest identity. So you've come here, obviously we're all here, we've chosen this path of submission, right? And we learn and we apply and we try to bring the inside and the outside to be the same. Now, God tells us that, what I'm saying here by manifest identity, what do I mean? I mean, no matter what happens, right? No matter how you choose to act, whether you try to reflect and you try to make yourself be congruent, make the inside, your beliefs the same as your actions, right? Not be hypocritical. Whether you do that or not, I'm going to give this example, 41:11. Then he turned to the sky when it was still gas and said to it and to the earth, come into existence, willingly or unwillingly. They said, we come willingly. So I'm making the parallel here is that whether you choose to fix yourself or not, time is moving. It's ticking. There's no stopping here. You're either advancing or regressing. The correct choice for a submitter is to come willingly into their chosen identity, to remove their doubts, to align their existence and their behaviors and their beliefs. O you who believe, 8:24. O you who believe, you shall respond to God and to the messenger when he invites you what gives you life. You should know that God is closer to you than your heart, and that before him you will be summoned. So, and soon we'll be ending here, inshallah. So, now we're come to this culmination of the identity of a submitter, to me, right? Obviously, I'm not talking about the specifics, but you first learn, you line up your beliefs, you look inward, you align what's good and wrong, and you do that by this manifestations of what happens in your life. Things happen to you whether you're looking back and reflecting or not. God says, 38:29, this is a scripture that we sent down to you that is sacred. Perhaps they reflect on his verses. Those who possess intelligence will take heed. You reflect on the verses and you reflect on your own life, right? It's this identity, everything is manifesting all around you. So that means, and we're going back to the beginning now, inshallah, not who are you, but in fact, who were you, right? I'm going to ask this question, and we're going to quick exercise here. So Who were you when, like Solomon, God blessed you with all the riches in the world, and how did you respond? Who were you? Were you like Solomon? What about when he got occupied until the night fell and missed his afternoon prayer? Were you like that when maybe you missed a prayer, when you became occupied? Were you like Job when he lost everything and before God restored it to him? Who were you when the man came to you and asked you, like David, to make a careful decision regarding their, the business deal with their brother? Who were you, maybe, when you were like Joseph and you walk into the room and the women cut their hands because you're so beautiful? Who were you? Who were you when your kids screamed, when your job called and it was a bad time, or you got fired? Who were you when something made you angry, or when your lovely wife comes up to you and asks you if you have your ablution and you're like, I'm trying to finish my speech? Who were you? And this is it, right? This is the work of being a submitter, is asking these questions and really understanding if you align. And I can tell you something. This is the hint. I can tell you who you were, actually. I don't need your answer to all those questions. You were, in fact, this. You were an intention-fulfilling machine, okay? What do I mean by that? I'll end shortly, inshallah. That, you fulfill whatever is in here, whatever is in your innermost, right? You fulfill your beliefs, your values, like God describes, 2:84. To God belongs everything in the heavens and the earth. Whether you declare your innermost intention, your innermost thoughts, or keep them hidden, God holds you responsible for them. He forgives whatever he wills and punishes whomever he wills. God is omnipotent. 2:25. God does not hold you responsible for the mere utterances of oaths. He holds you responsible for your innermost intentions. This is it. So, which way, submitter? You choose, right? God tells us that 33:72, we have offered the responsibility, freedom of choice to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused to bear it and were afraid of it. But the human being accepted it. He was transgressing, ignorant. And when, I'm sorry. That's supposed to be up there. And of course, finally, inshallah, for us, we choose the correct path. Funny, Paim actually talked about this in his sermon too. Unintentional, I promise. But Matthew 7:13-14 reads, "Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." And finally, in the Quran, 26:89, "Only those who come to God with their whole heart will be saved." Thank you. Are we doing questions? Are we doing questions?
So they told me to come up here to do. So we're going to start off with, we're going to do the Q&A at the end of every speech. I know we're a little bit crushed on time because the next speech is at 2:40. So if you have a question, we're going to take your name down. We'll take 3 people. And then Yunus will get a chance to answer, inshallah. So does anybody have any questions on this speech? Okay, so Farangis and Mariam Jun. So one more?
You have another mic?
Okay, and Talia. Yeah. So just quickly, we're going to take, you're going to ask the question, and then we're going to pass it. Okay.
Thank you very much for the beautiful speech. Also, you were talking about the identity, manifest identity. Manifest identity, we know that Moses asked God to show yourself to me, right? And God manifested himself to the mountain shattered. So God was manifesting his identity or his power?
I would say his power.
Thank you.
Himself. Which, yeah, very powerful. Oh, I should have probably repeated the question. Oh, no, she had the mic. Go ahead, No, that's it. That was it. I think Mariam had
Oh, okay.
has some
Then
further
Mariam.
question.
Okay.
Great speech, mashallah. So do you have suggestion to for this identity to become ingrained into the people, what would be some of the suggestions that a person can do to have this ingrained identity in them, submitter's identity?
Yeah, I mean, again, if I can maybe even go back, but obviously God prescribes. Can you click on the thing, Makan? Thank you. Nope. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So I think this, first and foremost, this eliminating your doubts, worshiping God, and studying the mathematical miracle, this puts you, again, the goal is, once we've chosen this path, we learn about it. And if you're sincere, you have to, we all start out. Like, there's no one here that started out perfect on day one. All of us had some other identity. We all come from all different backgrounds. I mean, all different countries everywhere. And the goal is just to unify, right? That's the beauty of God's religion, is everything is, there's no inconsistencies. We follow, we do what God says, and this is the main thing that God tells us. And also, I had one more thing in the previous slide, I forget now, but I don't know, that's all.
Thank you.
I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the speech, mashallah, Eunice. So I'm going to just quickly remind everyone, if you have not already, please put your meal ticket in the bowl. Just don't forget about that, inshallah. So we're gonna go move on to the next speech. I had a nice intro plan for this, so I'm gonna quickly say it, God willing. This next submitter is someone that I've known for many years, mashallah. Basically, I think every other conference I've seen her praise God, and she's, mashallah, been through a lot, and she has, it's always great to hear from her. She also has a interest for boba like me, so I have a, soft spot for that. Mashallah. So she has a very interesting speech title, kind of reminds me of like a horror movie title, so I'm actually really curious about this speech. So please give it up for Stephanie, mashallah.
Again. Okay. I do. Yeah, I have slides. Where are they? I have slides. Where are they? That's not it. That's not it. That was last year's, actually.
So while we're pulling up the slides, just really quickly, everybody, just the process of how we're doing the speeches so we can be efficient is we're gonna have a timer for the speech giver at the front so you can kind of see how many minutes you have left. We're gonna, inshallah, allocate 10 minutes to Q&A. So Bushra and I will be scoring around looking at the hands. The first come, first serve. So if you guys have a question right away, if we do not get to you guys, feel free to write it on Discord, inshallah, and we can be able to discuss it later, inshallah, because we definitely want to be able to answer everything and talk about it. Yeah. Okay, mashallah.
You lost my slides. Okay, oh, sure. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. So, fun fact about this sermon. I realized when I was reviewing it this morning that I wrote it like 10 years and about 8 days ago. So some of you, another fun fact, the memory I have after giving that speech several years ago is afterwards Rod had come up to me to correct one of my utterances. that I'd made during the speech. So thank you for that. And it has been corrected, mashallah. So yeah, let's get started. Everyone who comes into submission eventually realizes that it is much more than something that you practice occasionally, or only on certain days, or only in specific settings. Submission is a way of life. It's meant to be practiced in every situation and every environment that we find ourselves. It is meant to be integrated into who we are, how we think, and how we function. When applied properly, it also serves as a great tool through which we can analyze ourselves, our behaviors, our thoughts, our actions, our values, our weaknesses, our strengths, every aspect of what makes us who we are. It should serve as a foundation and guide by which and through which we strive to grow and become better and more righteous versions of who we were and who we are. When applied properly, submission not only serves to cleanse and feed our souls, but it also serves to strengthen and build our character into something more pleasing to God, God willing, and more attractive to others, which, God willing, in turn makes submission more attractive as well. As humans, though, nearly everything that we take upon ourselves to do or incorporate into our lives, at one point or another, runs the risk of becoming a habit. This wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, when you consider that habits are actions that we tend to do regularly without fail. And when it comes to submission, we want to reach a point where we consistently do and say certain things like Bismillah before we eat, and Inshallah when speaking about doing something in the future. We also want to carry out certain commandments like the contact prayers regularly and without fail. But unfortunately, a habit defined by Merriam-Webster as a behavior pattern acquired by frequent repetition or physiologic exposure that shows itself in regularity or increased facility of performance. An acquired mode of behavior that has become nearly or completely involuntary. And Wikipedia has this to say about what a habit is. It's a habit or want is a routine of behavior that is repeated regularly and tends to occur unconsciously. Habitual behavior often goes unnoticed in persons exhibiting it because a person does not need to engage in self-analysis when undertaking routine tasks. So with definitions and descriptions like that, I think it's fairly clear why having any of the religious practices become a habit is not something that is ideal. In Surah 23, verse 57, God describes the believers as those who are reverently conscious of their Lord. So, if we are fulfilling a commandment or performing a rite simply out of habit, we are doing it unconsciously and involuntarily, which is the exact opposite of what we want to do. In terms of the process of forming a habit, Wikipedia says, as behaviors are repeated in a consistent context, there is an incremental increase in the link between the context and the action. This increases the automaticity of the behavior in that context. OMG. Sorry. Something happened on screen. In that context, features of an automatic behavior are all or some of efficiency, lack of awareness, unintentionality, uncontrollability. So we say the words of Fatiha and go through the motions of Salat multiple times in one day. And looking at this description, one can see how performing the Salat can quickly become something that is done automatically. Our minds and bodies become trained to recite, bow, and prostrate, and we begin to go through the motions of doing the contact prayers rather than performing them actively with intention and sincerity. Without realizing it and without intending to do so, we begin to do things with very little thought or consideration. And considering our goal as submitters is to remember God, be reverent of Him, and sincere in all that we do concerning Him, I don't have to tell you that it becomes a problem when we start to observe commandments heedlessly. It's a sign that we are forgetting God and becoming more distracted by this life. No one sets out to do this, but I've noticed that this is what happens as time passes and one is in submission for a longer period of time. We can't help but form habits through habituation. We can't help but form habits, and through habituation, we become complacent. And Merriam-Webster defines complacency as, hello, okay, it's not working for me anymore. There it goes. Self-satisfaction, especially when accompanied by unawareness of actual dangers or deficiencies, and an instance of usually unaware, uninformed self-satisfaction. A habit which allows us to complete all or nearly all of our religious obligations lulls us into complacency, a false sense of security about where we stand in our submission and our worship of God. If it's only out of habit that we are able to fulfill all 5 of our contact prayers, we tend to start thinking something like, I'm doing exceptionally well since I complete all my salats in time. All while not noticing that we're going through the contact prayers so completely unaware that we can hardly remember going through the positions of the prayer, or even if we did the correct number of units, or if we stopped and said the tashahhud, after the second unit. We get so comfortable in our complacency, in our unawareness, that we don't notice the small ways that God is alerting us of the dangers we're inviting or creating for our souls. One of the biggest hazards of complacency through habituation is that we become unaware of God and unaware of Satan's hand in our daily life. Satan uses our complacency to move us farther and farther away from God in our thoughts, rendering our actions something like lip service. So when we find that we can't actually remember going through the steps of our salat, or saying Bismillah, or thinking about God in the past hour or two, that is when it is absolutely critical that we take this as the warning sign that it is, and strive to retrain our brains and move submission away from being a habit back into being an active practice. Because the longer that we remain in this way, the harder it becomes to change it. If Satan can't get you to disbelieve, the next best thing is to become complacent. That way he can work on making you unappreciative and irreverent of God. And if he's managed to get you that far, he's not likely to give up without a fight. So we have to take action at the earliest sign and not allow ourselves to put off reforming and make excuses as to why it's not that bad. So we have to constantly and sincerely implore God to keep us guided and to keep us reverent. We have to take heed of God's words and steadfastly persevere in worshiping Him alone. Okay. Let's go ahead. Surah 2, verse 152 and 153. You shall remember me that I may remember you. Be thankful to me. Do not be unappreciative. O you who believe, seek help through steadfastness in the contact prayers. God is with those who steadfastly persevere. And God continues, seek God's help and steadfastly persevere. The earth belongs to God, and he grants it to whomever he chooses from among his servants. The ultimate victory belongs to the righteous. They remember God while standing, sitting, and on their sides. They reflect upon the creation of the heavens and the earth. Our Lord, you did not create all this in vain. Be you glorified. Save us from the retribution of hell. You shall remember your Lord within yourself, publicly, privately, and quietly, day and night. Do not be unaware. As humans, we cannot help but form habits, and though they may be beneficial when it comes to matters in this worldly life, like going for a run every morning, they are absolutely dangerous when it comes to our worship of God. Habits can easily and often do lead to complacency, and complacency makes us unappreciative, unaware, and blind to all the ways that Satan is scheming in our lives and against our worship. It makes us blind to all the ways that God is alerting us of the dangers that we face in forgetting him, in being unappreciative of him, in being irreverent of him. Complacency opens the door to allowing Satan to seduce us out of God's protection. So we must always be vigilant in our worship and remembering of God, because that is the only way we can successfully escape from Satan and get the most out of our worship of God. And I don't know if this last slide, yep. Surah 29, verse 45, you shall recite what is revealed to you of the scripture and observe the contact prayers to Allah. For the contact prayers prohibit evil and vice, but the remembrance of God through Salat is the most important objective. God knows everything that you do. That's it. I'm done.
So we're going to do the Q&A really quick, inshallah. I have a question first, and then I know I saw Farah Akjan's hand, but so that was a really amazing speech, Stephanie. Praise God. I definitely think that is something that a lot of people don't think about, when you get complacent. So my question to you is, what do you think is the most common thing people would get complacent about in their submission, and we have to be really mindful of it?
Honestly, I feel like one of the biggest ones is saying Bismillah, inshallah, and even the contact prayers. Because I remember when I first thought of this topic, it was because I realized when I was going through my salats, there were a lot of times where I would go through it and I'm like, wait, did I stop at the second unit and I say the thing? What unit am I on? Like, I would be so confused and unaware. And then there are times where, like, when I'm eating, I start eating, I'm like, wait, did I say Bismillah? And I might have said it, I just have no recollection at all of saying it. Or even with the traditionals, like, they use God's name, like, inshallah and things like that, all the time, but it means nothing to them. It's just a habit. So, like, honestly, anything that is meant to, like, God gives us to grow our souls, if we turn that into habit, it's dangerous because, like, it's lip service. You're not gaining anything because you're not remembering God when you actually say it or do it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay. Salam alaikum, everyone, and very, very good speech, Stephanie. Mashallah. So I have this question. I know from your speech what I got is being reverent, and we know that we are worshiping God through all these practices. In Appendix 27, in one paragraph that is talking about how, we know Appendix 27 is about how to make God our God every day. So it says, Surah 33:41, O you who believe, O you who believe, you shall remember God frequently, glorify him day and night. And it said to put this commandment into practice, we must establish certain habits whereby we guarantee that God occupies our minds more than anything else. The Quran helps us establish such soul-saving habits. So how do you see these habits and connecting to your speech? Thank you.
Right. That's a really good question, mashallah. So, like I said, habits are good in helping you become consistent in doing things. But I think that what I've noticed for myself is what becomes the problem is when, yeah, you're doing it, but you're losing sight of the reverency. You're losing sight of keeping God in your mind, right? So yeah, by God's grace, you're happy. You've made this a habit. You say inshallah all the time. You say bismillah. But then it's like, are you actually conscious of doing that? You do your salats, but are you reverent during your salats? Do you remember like going through the motions? Are you thinking of God while you're doing it? You say inshallah, but are you actually thinking, okay, God will, this is like, why are you saying inshallah? Is it just a verbal tick now? So yes, obviously God gives us these things to be able to consistently remember him, but like when we lose the aspect of remembering God through doing it, that's where I think it becomes a problem. Any other questions? No? Okay, can I go?
Hello? Oh,
Okay.
hi. Thank you,
Hi.
Stephanie. Assalamu alaikum. That was
Sorry.
wonderful. This reminds me of one of Omid's sermons where he talked about autopilot submission, but since you wrote this 10 years ago, you're way before him in coining that. Mashallah, that was a wonderful speech, and it makes me think about what can I do to not fall into that consistently, because I feel like, it's just been a part of my life for so long that sometimes I do feel like it's just ingrained in me. It's not really like a conscious thought. And so I guess I put like reminders on my phone to try to help me like, be more on top of it and not just like do it as a habit. But do you have any like recommendations or things that you do yourself to keep your thoughts in the forefront of, and making sure that when you're doing your prayer, when you're giving zakat, when you're eating, how do you not fall into that autopilot style?
Another great question. I'm not really over this problem, but what I do try to do is like when I go in and out, God forgive me, but like let's say with the contact prayers, if I start noticing a pattern where I finish, where I reach halfway and I'm like confused about what I've done, I make the conscious effort to really pay attention to like my body positioning, the word, like listening to myself as I'm saying whatever it is I'm saying, whether it's the Fatiha or like when I'm saying Bismillah, like making sure I actually hear and acknowledge myself saying these things so that I know that, obviously why you're saying it. You're saying it for God, you're saying it for your soul. In that way, you kind of bring yourself back into the moment of it. Those are some things that I try to do. Yeah.
Salam alaikum, everybody. Salam alaikum, Stephanie. Thank you so much. I feel that there is I can't necessarily connect complacency with habits. Along with what Farnakjan was saying, I feel like, and an example that came to my mind was this, that Rashad talks about that we do our salat even if we don't know what we're saying or paying attention and are distracted or whatever, but we're still doing our salat, it counts. I feel like these habits that are taught to us, like are encouraged, that we have these habits to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, la ilaha illallah when we wake up every morning, or wake up basically, or saying Bismillah before we eat and glorifying God left and right about different things. I think that even if we don't really pay attention, but because we've made it a habit that as soon as we're about to eat, we're going to say Bismillah. Even it's become such a habit that when you're watching TV and you see somebody else is about to eat, in your mind you're saying Bismillah, right? You're wondering why they're not saying it. I think you still gain credit. I believe you do actually gain credit from it because you made it a habit. You put it into so much of practice to make it a habit for you to do this. So I believe that you do gain credit absolutely for it. But it is important for us also, yes, to understand, like, it's important for us to understand what we're doing when we're doing our salat. But if we don't do it, it's still okay. We gain that credit. But it is part of our practice to make a habit of these practices.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess to kind of differentiate a bit, so the complacency aspect of it is, and I'm not sure if I expressed that well, but like, so yes, okay, you've made this habit. You think you do your salats consistently all the time, but then you're, again, because there's the verses that talk about they observe their contact prayers heedlessly, all of that. You do it, but you're heedless pretty much 100% of the time. There occasionally, yes, that's fine. Obviously, the messenger, like you said, explained, like, it's okay if every once in a while you're not 100% there, but at least you did it. But if you're heedless 100% of the time, God talks about that. That's not good. And then complacency is like, well, at least I've done it. You know, you're not concerned about the fact that you're not heeding your salah. You're not heeding what it is you're saying. You're just doing it for the sake of doing it. At least I did it. You know, I'm doing it, so I'm good. Like, you're not concerned about the fact that you're not present. You're not reverent of God. Because even the verse, I think, right, it says here, the remembrance of God. You're not remembering God in observing these things. And when the traditionals kind of go through it, which is, I think the example that I gave is like, yeah, they say inshallah, they say bismillah, they do that, you know, but they don't remember God in doing it. And that's the aspect that I'm kind of focusing on in the complacency. Okay, so, because I feel like the more important part is the remembering God, not just, okay, you've automatically now doing this without any conscious thought. That goes my time.
So, okay, yeah. Thank you, Stephanie. Mashallah.
Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful speech and reminders, Stephanie. Okay, so the next speaker, I asked her for an interesting fact, and she came at me with her job, so we're going to go with that. So the speaker works in information security, so if anyone's looking to set up two-step authentication on your phone, laptops, TV, fridge, front door, this is your go-to person. So please give a round of applause for our next wonderful speaker, Fatima.
So I wanted to just give some quick reminders again before the speech comes in, inshallah. If you guys have not put your tickets, please put them in the bowl. I have not seen many people walk over there and do it. So please, God willing, do that. And then remember to do so also for dinner, inshallah. Remember the pink tickets are for lunch, and the blue tickets are for dinner, God willing. We're going to try to keep as closest to the schedule as possible just because we have so many, mashallah, speeches and activities going on. So please just, if we do not get to your questions, please understand, like, we can, God willing, like I mentioned before, maybe we can write them on Discord and we can discuss them later on, inshallah. And again, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all those who have done the speeches. This is great. Praise God. Okay, now we're going to have Fatima. Thank you. Inshallah.
Hi. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Fatima, and the title of my speech is Look Within. which button is it? Oh, okay. So I'll start by reading these set of verses, 18:103 to 106. Examine yourself. Say, shall I tell you who the worst losers are? They are the ones whose works in this life are totally astray, but they think that they are doing good. Such are the ones who disbelieved in the revelations of their Lord and in meeting him. Therefore their works are in vain. On the day of resurrection they have no weight. Their just requital is hell in return for their disbelief and for mocking my revelations and my messengers. So probably one of the biggest mistakes we can make as submitters is to think that because we've accepted submission, we've taken all the steps we need to grow our souls. Like the people in these verses, they didn't care to examine themselves, so they went through their whole lives thinking that they were on the right path just for them to end up in hell. So this is something that we as submitters should be very careful to avoid, and God gives us the way to avoid it by learning to self-reflect, look within ourselves, understand our weaknesses, our flaws, so we can work on improving them. This doesn't like me. Okay. What is self-reflection? Cambridge Dictionary defines self-reflection as the activity of thinking about your own feelings and behavior and the reasons that may lie behind them. So we just look at the first part of this definition, the activity of thinking about your own feelings and behavior. This suggests that self-reflection is a deep examination of your character. It means to look at your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, how you usually feel in certain circumstances, what triggers certain emotions within yourselves, things like this. In the context of submission, self-reflection is a way for us to understand our flaws and what we can do to improve on them. So conceptually speaking, this is something that I think we all understand that it's something that we should take into practice as submitters. And even generally speaking, people understand that self-reflection is something that we should be doing. We hear a lot that you should point the finger at yourself before pointing the finger at anyone else. So this is a generally accepted concept, but the issue isn't understanding it, it's more so executing it. Because as human beings, we have the tendency to not want to take accountability for our own actions. We always want to share the responsibility. And even sometimes when we do realize that we are in the wrong, our egos get in the way, so we never want to admit it. So we can see how self-reflection and killing the ego go hand in hand, because you have to be completely impartial when you're judging yourself to say, I do have a problem and I need to fix it. The second part of the definition is, and the reasons that may lie behind them, being your own feelings and behavior. So this suggests that self-reflection isn't as simple as saying, I have a problem. That is a good step because a lot of people can't even make it that far. But as submitters, we should try to take it a step further and understand why that issue exists in the first place. And this is important because if we know why we're behaving in some way, then we can, God willing, work on fixing it to handle it and control it next time if it happens. And a good concept to take into practice when we're learning to, when we are self-reflecting, whether it be on our day or on a specific scenario, a good concept to take into practice is to learn to respond instead of react. So our initial thoughts when we're reflecting, they're usually reactive. This is our initial thoughts. They're usually emotional. They're not driven by any logic or reason. And the issue with these reactive thoughts is that they serve to justify and defend ourselves rather than looking for a way to fix ourselves. For example, say I lose my temper, and when I'm reflecting on the scenario that I lost my temper, my first thoughts are to say, well, I'm upset because someone disrespected me. This is an emotional response. This is a reactive response because I'm feeling some sort of way, I feel mistreated, I feel disrespected, so that's the first thing that comes into my mind. But the issue with this is that the theme of self-reflection is what I could do better, not what someone else did wrong. So the moment I put the blame on anyone else, I've defeated the purpose of self-reflection. So instead, I should try to respond. And responding means to take a more thoughtful approach in reflecting, to understand the underlying cause or the issue. And in light of submission, responding would be to look at a situation in light of Quranic verses so that I can work on fixing it if it happens again. So in that scenario where I lose my temper, the way to respond is to ask myself, why did I get angry in the first place? Is it feelings of self-entitlement or of self-importance? Is it feelings of arrogance? Do I have a tendency to be unforgiving towards people? Oh, it's louder. So if I ask myself these sorts of questions, if it happens again, I can better know how to handle the situation by pointing to Quranic verses that deal with those issues. So why is this important? I think we all know that why self-reflection is important, but I'll talk about a little bit, God willing. So God says in 13:11 that he does not change the condition of any people unless they themselves make the decision to change. So if we want change in our lives, whether that be within ourselves or the quality of our lives, if we want that change, we first have to recognize that something needs to be changed. If we can't even make that first step in realizing that something's wrong, then we wouldn't have a reason to want to fix it. So this is why self-reflection is so important, because it forces us to kill our egos, to look at ourselves in the mirrors and say, I do have a problem and I need to fix it. And by not doing so, we saw in those verses about examining yourself, this could be the cause of someone's downfall, because it could lead you to being blind to your bad qualities. For example, like the people in 2:11, when the hypocrites are told, do not commit evil, they say, but we are righteous. So we never want to get to a position where we're comfortable with our submission, right? Where we don't want to do anything to improve on ourselves. We have to make self-reflection a part of our daily lives, think about our thoughts, our actions, our behaviors more often, so that if something bad happens to us, we can know exactly what we did to fix it. And this, in turn, will bring us closer to being purified, which is the next topic. So through constant self-reflection, we're getting rid of the qualities that God does not love, and we're growing in the qualities that he does love. God gives us many descriptions throughout the Quran, different kinds of people. He talks about the believers, the disbelievers, the hypocrites. He talks about the kind of people he loves, the kind of people he doesn't love. So these descriptions that God gives us should serve as a metric for us to gauge ourselves, how close we are to being those kinds of people that belong in God's kingdom. In 9:108, God says that he loves those who purify themselves. God loves those who purify themselves because as submitters, the motivation for us doing so is that we want to get closer to God. We have the mindset that because God loves people like this, I want to be someone like this. Because God does not love people like this, and I recognize this quality within myself, I don't want to be like this anymore. I want to work on getting rid of it. And as a result, God will see our efforts and he will reward us for it, as he says in 2076. The gardens of Eden beneath which rivers flow will be their abode forever. Such is the reward for those who purify themselves. So I've talked a little bit about self-reflection as a whole, and we know that it's a reason for us to examine ourselves to get closer to God. But of course, whenever God is there pushing us to do something righteous, Satan will always be there pushing us to do the opposite. So I want to take some time a little bit to talk about some of Satan's tactics and the ways that he gets us to either prevent us or discourage us from reflecting on ourselves. So the first way, and I've talked about this a little in the beginning, the first way is by feeding our egos and pushing us to exalt ourselves into thinking that we don't have anything to change. So Satan will try to prevent us from taking that very important first step, which is recognizing that we have a problem. Because he knows that if we don't know or we don't think that we have a problem, then we won't work on fixing it. And along with this is not taking accountability. And unfortunately, we see this a lot with the way we receive reminders, because again, no one wants to hear anything bad about themselves. So when we do receive reminders, Satan will try to get us to focus on irrelevant aspects of the reminder, like the way it was given, or the fact that the person giving you the reminder has done the same thing that they're reminding you of. So who are they to give you that reminder? Or they'll try to get you to shift blame to the other person or share that responsibility. So if there are moments where we're being alerted to our behavior, especially by fellow submitters, we have to take that into account. We have to remember that these are only tactics that Satan will use to try to get us to not take heed of the reminder. And a good verse to remember is 25:73. When reminded of their Lord's revelations, they never react to them as if they were deaf and blind. So it is difficult, but the only thing we should concern ourselves with is the content of the reminder, what the person is saying. Is it Quranic or not? Does it apply or not? It's always best to pause and think about the reminder before instantly getting defensive. I know, it's usually my sister who's giving me reminders, and I'm like, I really don't like the way you said that. And I'm like, I don't want to take it. But then I let it simmer for a while, and I'm like, okay, she had a point. And then I take heed. Interesting. Really? I've been doing it that way the whole time. Oh, okay. So another way Satan will push us to avoid self-reflection is by masking bad situations as either good or normal. For example, a lot of us were traditional Muslims at one point, and even some sects of Christianity have this belief that the more you suffer in this life, the closer you are to God, because that means your sins are getting erased here. So not only does this kind of mentality show a lack of belief in God's omnipotence, that he can make our lives perfect in this life and in the hereafter, but it also hinders our spiritual growth. Because if we're in a bad situation, we would never take the time to reflect on ourselves and see what we did to deserve it. We would see it as a good thing, that we're getting closer to God. He'll also try to mask bad situations as normal. And he does this by using things like statistics or facts of the majority, and he'll try to apply it to us submitters. So he'll try to push us to think, for example, that because there's pollen outside, it wouldn't be a bad thing if you had allergies. Or that some health issues are hereditary, so if a submitter were to get it, it wouldn't be a bad thing, because what can you do? You can't avoid it. So thinking in this way would, again, limit our spiritual growth, because we wouldn't take the time to think about what we did to deserve the consequence. We wouldn't even see it as a consequence, just as something that's natural or bound to happen or normal. But in these times, we should remember that a quality of God's kingdom is that there are no problems whatsoever, not even a headache. So if we do have problems in our lives, we can't brush it off as something normal or just matter of fact, it's bound to happen. We have to remember that the majority of people are going to hell. So we can't gauge our lives from theirs. God says in 45:21 that the lives and deaths of the believers and disbelievers are not the same. So that means the norm for someone in God's kingdom can't be the same as the norm for someone in Satan's kingdom. I forgot how I did it before. Okay. Another way Satan will try to discourage us is by turning self-reflection into a way to put ourselves down. Sometimes we may be dealing with weaknesses that we think we're doing a good job of handling it, even to the point where we feel like we got rid of it, just for us to fall back into the weakness again. Or sometimes we may be going through a really painful consequence and we can't figure out what we did to deserve it, so it's really frustrating not knowing what to do to make it stop. So Satan will take these moments and he'll try to push us to despair. He'll try to make us think that we can't do anything to get rid of the weakness, that we beat ourselves up, we're critical of ourselves for being fallible. And sometimes he may even try to lead us to believe that we're going to hell and there's nothing we can do about it. But in these times, it's important to remember that the purpose of self-reflection isn't to beat ourselves up or criticize ourselves for being fallible. The point of it is to bring attention to our flaws and our weaknesses so we can, God willing, work on becoming better submitters. Consistently throughout the Quran, God tells us that despite us making mistakes, He is the forgiver most merciful, so long as He sees we're making a true effort. For example, in 39:53, God's infinite mercy. Proclaim, O my servants who exceeded the limits, never despair of God's mercy, for God forgives all sins. He is the forgiver most merciful. So Satan will try to get us to undermine verses like this that talk about God's mercy, and he'll try to get us to despair, but we know that that's a sign of disbelief. And a really nice prayer to remember in these times where we may be feeling hopeless is 2:286. God never burdens a soul beyond its means. To its credit is what it earns, and against it is what it commits. Our Lord, do not condemn us if we forget or make mistakes. Our Lord, and protect us from blaspheming against you like those before us have done. Our Lord, protect us from sinning until it becomes too late for us to repent. Pardon us and forgive us. You are our Lord and Master. Grant us victory over the disbelieving people. Okay. I don't know why I'm not learning, huh? Really? Okay. Can you click it from there? Or no? Okay, thank you. Okay. God set a good example of self-reflection for us through David in 38:24. David's exemplary piety. He said, he is being unfair to you by asking you to combine your sheep with his. Most people who combine their properties treat each other unfairly, except those who believe and work righteousness, and these are so few. Afterwards, David wondered if he made the right judgment. He thought that we were testing him. He then implored his Lord for forgiveness, bowed down, and repented. And the footnote reads, in this clear example, 99 on one side versus 1 on the other side, David's extreme care to render the correct judgment caused him to ask forgiveness. Are we this careful? So in a case like David's, where he made an obviously correct decision, the slight possibility that he could have been wrong caused him to stop, reflect, and repent. And like the footnote says, this is how careful we should be. We should always assume that there's room for improvement and never become lax in thinking that there's nothing more we can do to grow our souls. Even if we behaved correctly or we made the right decision, in a case like David's, for example, it doesn't hurt to think about what we can do better. And we should also have a sense of humility to be able to point the finger at ourselves and say that we do have a weakness. And again, this can be difficult because the natural human tendency is to want to point blame to other people. But God teaches us through his scriptures and his messengers that change has to start with us, with God's help, of course. Rashad mentioned in an audio that if someone is getting upset with you, you should join them in getting upset at yourself. Point the finger at yourself before you do anyone else. And the message here isn't that we should let people walk all over us or disrespect us. The point is that the responsibility always has to fall on us. There's never any room to point the blame at others. And this is what self-reflection is. Looking at yourself without any bias and judging yourself purely based on God's laws and not personal opinions or feelings. And this is an easier thing said than done. But we have to make it an active effort every day to be mindful of our thoughts and actions, to not only take note of our weaknesses, but to understand why they exist so we can work hard on fixing them, God willing. That's all I have. Thank you.
Check.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. That was a great speech, and there were great speeches before as well. Just where you were talking about masking, it was really interesting. On the Wednesday San Jose study, there weren't many people on because I think a lot of people were traveling, but that came up in terms of how traditionals think and how we should understand when we're getting pinches, when we're getting consequences. So it was really interesting that you brought that up, and God willing, that conversation will continue because I think it didn't kind of come to a good understanding. But just in terms of that, as we understand, we go through a purification process, and if we do something wrong, if we fall off the path, then we do get a consequence. So the question on the study was around the fact that when we're getting that consequence, it's a purification process, which is kind of similar what the traditionals think, in that they're getting these consequences here on earth so that they're being purified for later on. So how do you see that you distinguish between those as submitters versus the traditionalists? I know you mentioned it there, but just to further clarify, inshallah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the main difference between the way traditionalists think and the way that submitters think is that we can make that connection that if something bad happens to us, it's because we did something to deserve it. The traditionalists don't make that connection. They think that bad things happen because it's just God's will. That means they're getting closer to God. But for us, we believe it's getting us closer to God because it's like a pinch. It's a reminder that we're doing something wrong and we need to get back. So I think putting those two together is what distinguishes us from the traditionalist mindset.
Mashallah, I really, really enjoyed your speech. Mashallah, Fatima. So one of the things actually your speech reminded me of was a sermon someone gave where they used the example that it's a very natural gesture to point the finger outwards. It feels unnatural to do this, which I know you can't see in the camera, but pointing the finger at yourself, right? So I always think about that. Now, the question I have is, let's say you're in a situation where you are getting a reminder from someone who obviously is super doing it wrong themselves. Do you think it is merit, or how do you feel, or what are your understanding of someone who is totally not doing it themselves, but they give me the reminder? Is it my duty to still listen to them? Like, what do you see about that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think regardless of the person, if the reminder is Quranic, then I think we should take it. Because there's that verse that says the reminder benefits the believers. So if we're getting a Quranic reminder, regardless of what the other person is doing, that's on their own. And you can remind them that, hey, you should also take heed as well. But as far as we're concerned, if it's a Quranic reminder and it's applicable, and it is true, we'd have to evaluate ourselves and see if it's even true that it applies, then I think that we should take it. But as far as what the other person is doing, again, you can remind them, but I don't think it really matters as far as if we should take heed of that reminder or not.
Assalamu alaikum. Fatima, thank you. It was good, great speech, mashallah. So let's say in a situation, and this question has been asked a lot, that the person self-reflects but can't find the root of the issue. What do you suggest to that individual, for example?
Yeah, that's happened, I think, to all of us, where something is happening to us and we can't figure out what it is that we did to deserve it. First, I would say that that could be a sign that we need to take self-reflection more seriously throughout our day and make ourselves more aware of what we're thinking, what we're saying, what we're doing. So that way, if something does happen to us, we can easily point back and say, well, I know that I had this thought, so this is why I'm having this consequence. But I've noticed that for me, if I can't pinpoint exactly what it is that I did to deserve the consequence, it's most likely that I didn't make God my God that day. So I think that is probably like the default thing to go back to. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, Fatima.
Assalamu alaikum.
you know, this is one of the reasons why I love the conference so much. Unfortunately, I don't get to hear you speak a lot, and that's one of the best speeches I've ever heard, mashallah. It was such a good reminder for all of us to reflect on. My question is similar to Q's, a little different, but I'll just use your sister because you called her out in your speech. But let's say y'all are, you know, talking, and she gives you a reminder, and you, like, she's like, hey, like, this is a flaw that you have, and you don't agree with it. How would you, but you reflect on it. How do you approach that situation?
Yeah, it's usually always the case that she's right. I just don't want to admit it in the moment, but usually if it is the case where I don't think the reminder is warranted, unfortunately we do go back and forth, so that is something that, you know, we shouldn't do. But yeah, after a while, I think it really does, you do really need to look at yourself impartially. And also thinking about the fact that God allowed that reminder to be given to me. So there must be some benefit in it. Even if maybe I don't agree with it, I think if you think about it just a little bit more, there is some truth in it, and you could benefit. So that's something I'm still working on, obviously. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Mashallah, that was an amazing speech. I really loved it. And actually, there's quite a few points on your speech that I'm actually using in my own. So, great minds, inshallah. I wanted to ask you this question then. With all this said and done, in my experience and what I've seen around me, the biggest hurdle to self-examination and being open to being critical in a constructive way is the shame aspect. People feel shame about that. So what would you say to that? Someone who's just too fearful to come into the light about the wrongs that they're doing or the issues that they have, and they just want to stay in this kind of perpetual darkness. Yeah. How would you, what would be your answer to that? Thank you.
I think that verse that I read about God's infinite mercy and how us, despite us making mistakes, to not despair of God's mercy. So Satan is the only one that's gonna want you to stay away from God. So I've heard people say, you know, I keep making the same mistake, I'm embarrassed to ask forgiveness, keep asking forgiveness for the same mistake. But that's only something that Satan would want. God wants you to come to him and to repent and reform. And I think another important aspect is the fact that if God sees you're trying, he's going to help you. So we have to believe God when he says that he is most merciful. Because despairing is you essentially saying, God, I don't believe that you can help me. Like, I'm hopeless. Like, you're not here for me. That's essentially what despairing is. So it makes sense of those verses that talk about why only those who are astray despair. Because that's something that's a quality of someone who doesn't really believe in God's qualities, that he's most merciful. So that's what I would say.
Wow, that was a wonderful speech. Thank you so much, Fatima. So just before we go on a break, we have a wonderful pre-break enjoyment here ready for you. The children of the community have prepared a zikr song for everyone. They have practiced tirelessly. Please make them feel welcome and give them the attention that they absolutely deserve. So round of applause as they all come up to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So the kids are going to do, by God's grace, a conference song for you, appreciation to God and a thank you and how happy they are to be here. Okay, guys, are you ready? Okay.
Subhanallah, guys. One more time, please. Give them another round of applause. That was amazing, mashallah. Praise God for technology and being able to record things like this. So when they get to our age, they can look back and just thoroughly enjoy. So we are going to go for a break. Guys, one very quick second.
there's a button called activate, and then you deactivate, and you activate again. Be careful. Don't jump around. You have to be safe around it. So what do you do? You hit activate? Yes, so you go here. Deactivate, and deactivate it again. We'll have to retape it down. It's a little too much on this side, right? Yeah, so I think we want to bring the whole thing, because it's like two angles. Yeah, actually that's much better. Up, and to the, oh god, it's tilted. It needs someone there. No, I we're trying to tilt it. Okay, Kareem. Kareem, can you pose for us? We need you to pose.
All right. Lily, go ahead. Give a speech. Put your knees here, like this. Now you can talk. Boom, boom. Say.
Do that. Scary.
What is scary?
Scary of everything. To be celebrated. Where? I'm scary.
Look what I have.
Makan, tilt the camera from the swivel to the top.
Courtney wants to talk.
No. Like actually, it swivels, like the head swivels. I'm trying to.
I think the problem is Eunice, not the camera.
Okay, now it's good. Now raise it up a little bit, and we're good. Okay, that's it? Yeah. All right. All right, let's go. This way.
Hold hands.
strive in the cause of God or, compete in righteousness. This is somebody like a contender by God's grace. And inshallah, that means I think I'm encouraging, inshallah, a lot of people to take this and also, God willing, do some speeches too in the future. So the next speaker, as I mentioned, he's my brother-in-law, mashallah. And his family is like super close to mine, like even before became related like that. But mashallah, definitely a true family. And this is with my nephew, mashallah. It's Arash Farzan with little baby Elias Farzan. Thank you.
Nope. Assalamu alaikum. This is he was supposed to do this at 11:15 today, but he was sleeping. Here's Elias, the new member. All right. Before I start, I want to have Q come up here for me 1 second. Karatelaine, please make your journey to the stage. We're going to sing her a happy birthday. It's her birthday. I keep my word. We're having breakfast tonight, earlier today, and then I said, I'm going to, sing a happy birthday for you with everyone. And then she said, please do it. So we're all going to embarrass the heck out of her right now. Ready? On 3, come up. Center stage. All right, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Karatelaine. Happy birthday to you. I kept my word. I can. These guys are telling me to stand still. I have 3 shots of espresso. You really think I can stand still right now? So I will be kind of pacing. Everyone wants to see me? Oh, that's great. All right, so first and foremost, praise God. Thanks for this opportunity to be up here, be able to, speak in front of the most important people on earth. Secondly, I'd like to thank the Virginia, D.C. community for, hosting. I know this is not easy at all. Netta, shout out to Netta. She's been doing a lot of work. And everyone else out there who made this possible by God's leave. Appreciate y'all. So my speech is going to be about problems. And Fatima, oh my gosh, you did such a great job, mashallah. That was such a wonderful speech, truly. Which a lot of the points that, God willing, I'll kind of touch on. She already kind of went over it, better than I could. But kind of, I guess, tangent into, the speech that she gave. I guess the objective for this speech will be, identifying our problems in submission and eradicating them before the problem eradicates us. And it's really important to kind of, to give you a little story. A while back, there was on Southwest Airlines, I think this was back in 2009, a freak accident took place. There was a lady sitting down, just chilling in her flight, and then one of the engines, broke, hit the glass window, broke the glass. The pressure, obviously, that messes up the pressure, and she got sucked out the plane, and it eventually led to her demise. But the reason why I'm giving this analogy is when you're on a high altitude on a plane, what happens is that the smallest hole in the plane can wreak havoc. It's because the pressure, inside the cabin and outside are entirely different. And once there's a little hole, that hole will get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it will lead to, devastation of the plane and crashing of the plane. So this analogy, I use it because I believe problems are the same way. Problems are the same way in a sense where you have, if we don't get rid of our problems, and our responsibility is great, the more we stay in this path, the more we grow, our responsibility, I mean, the fact that we have the miracle of the Quran, and just to put it into perspective what that means, the miracle of the Quran, Messenger of the Covenant talks about how, imagine being at the time of, gosh, I'm so sorry. I was just about to step this way. You know, imagine being at the time of Moses and seeing parting of the sea, right? I mean, that's miraculous. That's phenomenal. You're walking and you have hills of water to your left, to your right. And Messenger of the Covenant says the miracle of the Quran makes the miracle of Jesus and Moses look like toys, okay? So it just puts it into perspective, the amount of responsibility that we have. So with that being said, anytime, I guess, you know, this is for me, this is how I like to tackle and go about this, is, you know, problems and happiness are inversely proportional. So the more problems that you have, the less happier you're going to be, right? And the less problems you have, the happier you're going to be. And eventually, once we get to that point of perfection, right, we're not going to have any problem. And that's the definition of utmost submitter. When the problems go away, a submitter has a perfect life, right? And, you know, Messenger of Covenant says in the video of Who's Your God, read my, like he says, like Bush says, no problem whatsoever. But what happens when we're faced with a problem in our lives and we can't figure it out, right? Mashallah, Fatima touched on it. There's a problem, and I would like to preface by saying what I call there's like acute problems and chronic problems. You have problems that, for example, you get a headache, right? It's a problem, but it's not like a major problem. You know, your pain goes away. Then you have like a chronic problem. You have chronic lower back pain, right? It's always there. It's not going away. And it's almost the same way with our submission. If we have lingering problems in our lives, what do we do about it? And what's the cause? And if we can't figure it out, then what happens? So before getting into that, I'd like to say a few things. There were, how many people with children in Israel? How many when the messenger gives the number? So 120,000 people that crossed the sea. Only 2 people ended up believing. One fact. Second fact, we know according to chapter 12:103, most people are not going to believe. And then 12:106 says, from the majority of those who do end up believing, majority are going to hell. Okay, so that puts people who truly believe in God in a very rare category. Then we look at, well, who are the people who will make it? Then 469 talks about the best company. The best company, you talk about the prophets with the righteous, right? You know, this world was designed really for people like Abraham, like Moses, Jesus, and inshallah us. But in order to be amongst that best company, okay, it requires work. It requires the same amount of effort and devotion. And this is when we really have to, again, like Fatima said in her speech, examining ourselves really comes into play. We cannot be wishful thinkers. We cannot be pessimists and despair of God's mercy. But at the same time, we have to have a very realistic idea of what we're facing with. So now you have a problem, or if we are faced with a problem in our life that's been lingering for some time, okay, the problem is that as human beings, we tend to rationalize things for ourselves. It's like, oh, I'll get better as I get older, or I get better as I grow my soul. With time, this problem will go away. However, without actively working to get rid of that problem. So it's almost like thinking that just because time passes, the problem will go away. But the issue with that idea is that the problem that we have in our lives has to do with the soul has a flaw. And the soul is not going to get purified, and the problem is not going to go away unless the soul is actively fixed, which means that you take an active effort. you go and you fix that problem by really, really evaluating yourself, examining yourself, right? And I would say, it will lead, if we don't get rid of our problems, like I said at the beginning of my speech, it will get rid of us. So we cannot minimize when we have an issue on hand, okay, we cannot minimize it. But then what is the root of the problem? So I think to go off of, God's teaching through his messenger in the video, Who's Your God? He says that if you have a problem, and he talks about, that you can't figure it out, chances are God was not your God. And let's broaden on that topic. What about if you have a problem not just in a day, but you have a lingering problem that's occurring in your life? Well, I believe from that explanation that it lies in the fact that we have an idol, that we have not gone rid of it. And the only way for those problems to go away is to getting rid of the idols. And we have so many different examples in the Quran that God talks about. The property as an idol in chapter 18 that God talks about. We have the example of ego being our idol. And that by itself has so many facets. Your ego, like your looks, what people think of you, your opinion. I mean, the list goes on, and that's why it's the last God that we need to get rid of. So one of the ways that the first step is we recognize that we have a problem and we don't rationalize it for ourselves. So in this journey, as we move forward in our submission, right? It's like you're going from, let's say, the Sahara and the desert, and then you're moving towards Hawaii. As the plane, descends and you're getting to like the big island, the beauty should settle, right? Everywhere is green, the water, it's scenic. You see the waterfall, okay? Great temperature, If you are flying from a desert and then you're continuously seeing desert, that's not Hawaiian. There's something wrong with that picture, okay? And that's when we need to really reevaluate that, like, why is it that as I'm growing on this path, why is it that I'm not getting better? How come the quality of my life is not getting better? And I want to preface here to say that, you can have, for example, you can be a successful, businessman. You can have great finances, but your children can be your source of misery. Or you can have a lot of money and have health problems. So in submission is a package. When it says no problem whatsoever, we know that perfect happiness has to do with perfect security, peace of mind, no health problem, no financial problems, right? So when we are having these sorts of problems and we neglect to fix them, okay, what will end up happening is that I believe that if we don't pay attention to these gauges, that it's going to end up being disastrous. And that's how when you see, for me, like, you see people that you've been on this path for some time and, something big happens, right? And you're like, wait a second, like, where did they go wrong? Like, what happened? Where was the disconnect, right? And I think the disconnect is I believe people don't truly examine themselves critically. And this is, again, in one of the audio, Messenger of Covenant says, you better examine the logic of your belief very critically. Because you put yourself under a blade. We're so good at, like, seeing other people's problems. I mean, we can see, like, for example, if someone has some sort of a character flaw and they portray that flaw, we're just on it. You're like, oh, that person, like, they're not humble, they're this, they're that. But I mean, Lord, when it comes to ourselves, right? I mean, it's so hard. It's like we're so good at judging people. So we have that. We have that trait. We're good at addressing problems, but just not when it comes to ourselves, But when it comes to others, we can do a great job. So, the reason I say this is because it's not like we're blind and we cannot, like, analyze to see where the problem lies. It's just that we don't like to hold ourselves accountable, okay? And the more, again, as we move forward in this path, the quality of our life should get better. And this is not anyone's opinion. This is God's promise, okay? In chapter 24:55, God says he promises kings and queens on earth, okay? God says that, he will replace fear and replace it with security. So, you get contentment. So we have all the tools to kind of fight this battle in order to get rid of the problems. And, the scary thought is, imagine every single one of you in this room had a problem figuring out how you can transfer $20 million into your account. But that $20 million is there. It's there, it's yours, but you have a problem transferring that money into your account. How hard would every single one of you work on getting rid of that problem? I bet your bottoms, all of you will work really hard to fix that problem because you want that $20 million in your account. How many of us will kind of harbor, like, let's say, suspicion or bad thoughts or something, but we will not dare to come up here and say those thoughts out loud, okay? And the reason I give these two examples is twofold. One is God knows our thoughts, okay? We don't mind to hide, to have that thought in our mind running in the background, all the while God is hearing and knows exactly what's going on, but then we don't say it in front of other people. What does that say? That we fear the people more than we fear God, okay? The same thing, the problems that we have, right? Why don't we work on it as hard as if we had a problem with fixing so that $20 million can get wired into our account? What's holding us back? So belief, mindset, right? And at the end of the day, we need to pray to God that, the right stamp is placed on our forehead. Because it's a scary thought that every single one of us we came so close. We get so close and yet not making it. To me, that's a scary thought, that you were there. And then you look at history, you look at people like the time of the messenger. How many of these people are still around since the time of Rashad? So time is not going to get rid of our problems if we don't actively fix it. Which takes me to my last point, and that has to do with devotion. I believe a lot of the problem stems from our devotion to God is not indivisible. I believe majority of the times when we have problem is because there's problem with the devotion. The devotion is divisible, and we're somehow oblivious to it, okay? And we have gauges in our life. You ask yourself, do you trust in God? Do you demonstrate it by your actions? Or do you get anxious and worry and you have fear when your back is against the wall? Okay? Is God your God majority of the time? That's extremely important. Consciousness of God and devotion to God, I believe, pretty much sums up. A person who's absolutely devoted to God alone is a person who's constantly conscious of God, and that's a person who will not have a problem. And by that, I mean, you're going to come to submission. There's going to be a period of time. You're going to go through your admission tests. You're going to go through a lot of tests, a lot of purifications, right? But what's important is that, those tests don't last forever. And those purifications, it was said earlier, people believe that they have to suffer until the end to show how good they are. But that's not so. In submission, the closer you get to that point of perfection, the less problems you're going to have. And we need to really, really, really be honest with ourselves and don't fool ourselves when it comes to this fact. I like to read a verse in chapter 37:40. It says, only God's servants who are absolutely devoted to him alone will be saved. So again, only God's servants who are absolutely devoted to God alone will be saved. Absolute is 100%. You cannot be 99%. You cannot be 99.9%. You cannot be 99.99%. 100%. You're 100% sure that God exists? Is that 99.9%? Or are you 100%? 100%. So if the devotion to God is not 100%, and this is, again, this is the blueprint in the Quran, the Word of God. God is telling us how we'll be able to be saved. And that's by absolute devotion. Okay? Again, God tells us that, devotion to God is, indivisible. It cannot be divided. So when we face a problem, especially a chronic one, a lingering one, okay? If we don't keep ourselves accountable, and if we don't really go to the root, okay, we will not make it. And that is something that is not for me to judge other people by. That's something that we should judge ourselves by. That means that me and every single one of us should really look in the mirror and be the biggest critic of ourselves. And don't neglect the small problems, because the small problems, like I said, that little hole in the plane at a higher altitude leads to destruction of that plane. And, it's such a good analogy, because the responsibility, the more we go forward, the more responsible we become. And that little problem is no longer going to be little. And that little problem is going to be big, and before you know, God forbid, the retribution can overtake you. And we can, and it can end us. So to end it, we do not want to despair of God's mercy. At the same time, we do not want to be wishful thinkers, okay? When we have a problem in our life, chances are that God is not our God, if we have the chronic problems, okay? And the only way to fix that is by working towards perfecting our faith and belief and our devotion to God. And only by that means of devoting ourselves absolutely to God alone, severing our dependency, getting rid of the idols and the little idols. I mean, I said that before in my sermon, and you guys have heard it before in the studies. But think about it. In order to go and commit some gross sin, let's say you want to drink alcohol. You have to go, purchase the bottle, come back, open it, pour it. It's an active effort. Idolatry, you can be sitting on your couch, doing nothing, watching TV, and you can commit the grossest offense, a thought, giving power to someone, giving power to something. And you've committed the grossest offense. So consciousness of God, devotion to God, and these things are the means whereby we can perfect it in order to get rid of our problems. And it will work. It's because it's God's promise. A believer is guaranteed to have a perfect life. And that's not anyone's opinion. That's God's truth. And we need to, inshallah, all strive to work towards that, point of perfection and keep ourselves really accountable all the time. And when we have a problem, or we're faced with a problem, especially a big one in our life, that we don't, neglect ourselves. And this is it. Thank you.
Mashallah. Thank you, Arash. Wait, before you go, we have time for maybe one or two questions. Okay, so I have Payam. Anybody else? We have one, okay, and my dad. Okay. Oh, one. Okay, so then just Payam.
I timed that perfectly so you guys don't ask questions.
Oh, okay. Arash, mashallah, great job. I was listening to it on the way back from the airport. I was dropping off my car. So my question is, if you have a problem, you mentioned lingering problems, but if you have a problem that is bad or is lingering, how do you tackle it in your daily life? How would you go about tackling it? Is it doing more righteous works? Is it striving more? Or is it maybe taking the reminders of the people who are reminding you the things that you're doing wrong? How do you tackle those big problems in your life?
I believe it will not go away overnight. I believe these problems are problems that will require, consistency, steadfastness, and you got to be persistent in getting rid of it. These problems that we have, which I call chronic, that they last, there's something that are deeply rooted within our souls. And in order for that to come out and to be purified, it's not just a repentance. Recognizing and taking active effort is the first step, but maintaining that decision to work on it, to eradicate it, that's the pitfall that a lot of people, and including myself, that's where it gets you. It's being persistent and working on it, not just recognizing it once and saying, I'm going to work on it. You work on it for a month, and then you kind of forget, and then you backtrack.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all the time. If you have more questions, you can put it on Discord. But thank you, mashallah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, praise God. So we have our next speaker. Do a really quick intro for her. She was kind of mentioned already in one of the speeches by her sister. So her name, mashallah, I try to ask her sister, like, what's a cool intro thing, factoid about her? And she said that some of her friends call her Ulta instead, but, we're going to go with her. So, mashallah, let's give a big round of applause to Virginia native, mashallah, Sephora.
Give me a second. Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me okay? Yes? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to begin. The title of my speech is Recognizing the Spiritual Robber. Oh, where's the thing? Okay. Is it this one? Which button do I? This one? The right one? Okay, I don't need it yet, but. Okay, first off, I'd like to begin with an analogy. So if a robber, I tried to depict a robber, hopefully you guys can tell. If a robber wants to come into your house, his greatest strength is the fact that you're completely unaware of him. You don't sense his presence or the next move he'll make. In fact, you don't even know he exists in reality. You don't acknowledge his existence, and that makes that robber effective because he can keep coming in and out and you wouldn't even realize it. All of us face a silent thief in our lives, one who steals our faith, our good deeds, and connection to God. And this is not a physical intruder. This is a cunning deceiver. It's Satan. More often than not, many of us lack awareness of his influence, leaving us pretty vulnerable. And because of this, we don't have enough awareness of Satan's influence. As a result, we wouldn't know how to protect ourselves. But by acknowledging his presence, we can build defenses against his attacks. So while I'll be focusing on the awareness of our enemy, and while we have to be aware that we have enemies, we also should be aware of that God is the one that's in charge at the end of the day. And part of defeating Satan and his tactics is knowing where do we put our trust, and if in our hearts we believe that God is truly the greatest. In every circumstance, we would ask ourselves, like, who has control, like, who really has the power, and if the entire world banded against you, would you still trust in God that anything bad that happens to you was already written for you, like God allowed that to happen, so nobody could do that to you. And in the same instance, if the whole world benefited you, they could not benefit you except in what was already written for you. And that's part of our belief. So in order to defeat the enemy, we first must know who the enemy is. And God spelled it out for us by revealing his behavior to us in Surah 7, verse 16. He said, since you have willed that I go astray, I will skulk for them on your straight path. Footnote, Satan is a proven liar and so are his constituents. I will come to them from before them and from behind them and from their right and from their left, and you will find that most of them are unappreciative. So here we can see in these verses how devoted Satan is in his mission in attacking us. And we have to realize that we have a pretty skilled opponent, but that opponent is also defeatable. He may be focused, but his plot is extremely weak. And notice in this verse where he'll attack us. It says he'll attack us on your straight path. So he's gonna put in more effort to attack those who are trying to be on the straight path, not those that are like gambling in Vegas, right? He says, I will attack them on your straight path. So if someone is already off the path, it will naturally not take as much energy to misguide them, let alone an army. So think about it like this. The more good we do, the more we have to be aware that we could be deceived by Satan. And when he says, I will come to them from before you and from before you and from behind you and from your right and from your left, this is to indicate that Satan will use any pathway he can. So if you close the front door, he'll come from the back door. If you come from the back door, he'll come from the window, right? And what this means is that Satan isn't just gonna come to you and say, oh, I think you should just be Christian. Like, that's probably not gonna happen. Or just leave submission. Especially if you've been on this path for a while, like, that's probably not gonna happen. He's gonna come at you in a more sophisticated way. This leads me to my next point, and that's the ultimate goal and purpose of Satan. This goal and plot of Satan can be carried by jinns and human beings. In Surat al-Nas, when we ask God for protection against Satan, we ask for protection from the one who whispers to us and retreats. You know, he plants this idea in our head, and we think that it's coming from us, but it's probably coming from him. He's just trying to mislead you into thinking that you're the one that thinks this, that you're the one that's really bad. But we have to understand that there's this external source of whispering, and it's probably not even you, it's only him trying to mislead you. This is why in Surah 7, verse 200, 201, we are told when the devil whispers to you any whisper, seek refuge in God, he is here omniscient. Those who are righteous, whenever the devil approaches them with an idea, they remember whereupon they become seers. I also mentioned Surah 114, so I'm going to read that too. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of the people, the King of the people, the God of the people, from the evils of sneaky whisperers who whisper into the chests of the people, be they of the jinns or the people. So in Arabic, I think it's min al-jannati wa nas. So this is from jinn and people. We have to be aware that there are people who carry out Satan's mission in attacking us. And this is to make us conscious of our enemy, right? So among those we can see is equally as important as those we can't see. And other than that, I've noticed that Satan doesn't really have any other tactics. He simply whispers to us. But it's clearly effective, right? So it's important to remember Surah 2, verse 214. Do you expect to enter paradise without being tested like those before you? They were tested with hardship and adversity and were shaken up, until the messenger and those who believed with him said, where is God's victory? God's victory is near. Now I'm going to get into a few of his traps, but before I get into his traps, I want to talk about this idea about, coming to this path, and hopefully when you decide to devote yourselves into self-development. I think Arash and obviously my sister also talked about it. And this is the path of someone who decides to become more religious now, right? You want to seek that ultimately, and that brings you closer to God along with everything that comes with it, perfect health, perfect wealth, perfect happiness. And what might happen is you might notice this in yourself, oftentimes in other people, and that's becoming self-righteous. And what I mean by self-righteous is maybe you're on a spiritual high, okay? You're praying salat every day on time. You're reading Quran every day. You're staying away from the haram. Maybe you're dressing more modestly. And then you start to look at your deeds and you start to become pleased with them. You start to think that, oh, I'm the one that's doing this, right? And that's where you could commit a mistake, because you would think that those deeds are from yourself when it's really from God. You might think, oh, now I'm such a holy person, I'm such a good person, therefore I'm able to worship God. Oh, I might be able to worship God better than someone else. Or maybe like you've passed your admission test and everyone else now needs your help, right? This is where the deception can creep in. So instead of focusing on God's qualities, that's when you end up in this trap where you become self-satisfied in what you think you're doing. When you look at the action itself and not on God's qualities and what he's doing and his right over you, that action can make you arrogant, as if you're giving God any portion over you. Because the truth is, I mean, we could worship God day and night endlessly, and it still wouldn't be enough. Like, we couldn't possibly worship God as he should be worshiped, but we can try, right? Our attempt is that, oh, I will try my best to attempt to worship him as he should be worshiped, but I should never feel as what I've done is enough, right? So the message that I get from this is that we need to understand that my actions are not sufficient for the level that God deserves. My actions will never be sufficient for a word of infinite nature, right? We are based off of a spectrum of finite value. If we know that God is infinite, we can possibly find something that's like a finite value that equals infinite value. So the idea here is that we need to humble ourselves. If we do a good deed or we have a moment of spiritual clarity, it's a gift from God. It isn't because you're so awesome and your brother or sister is not as awesome. In Surah 14, verse 7, appreciative versus unappreciative. Your Lord has decreed, the more you thank me, the more I give you. But if you turn unappreciative, then my retribution is severe. So the good news with this verse is that God is so full of generosity. You know, he loves to spoil us. He loves to forgive. And ultimately, it's not because of our own awesomeness that saves us from sin. It's his incredible mercy that will offer us the path to paradise, inshallah. When we say, mashallah, do we believe it or is it just lip service? Humility is not thinking less of ourselves, it's thinking of ourselves less. So arrogance isn't only about comparing ourselves to others, it's about acknowledging our dependency on God's qualities. In Surah 49, verses 11 through 12, it states that, I'm not going to read all that, actually. But we can see from these verses that it emphasizes that no one should regard themselves as superior, for true greatness lies in righteousness. So let this serve as a reminder for us to keep a humble heart and recognize that all blessings are gifts from God and not reflections of our own merit. Now let's talk about when we slip up. And this leads me to Satan's next tool, despair. The idea is when you're low in your faith or in your practice, you're not supposed to lose hope. You're not supposed to ever think that, oh, you're a failure and that you just can't do this. All of these things are actually signs that you thought you were the one that was doing those things, but so now that you're unable to maintain it, you feel sorry, like you feel really disappointed in yourselves. And that's what Satan would want you to do. Instead of immediately turning back to God, he'll get you to turn to other things, like worldly distractions, like maybe video games, or maybe turn to your friends first instead of turning to him. So we all know the story when they were together in their heavenly feud, and they were told something. Let's start with Satan. He was told to bow down to Adam, and he refused, as you know. In Surah 7, verse 12, he said, "What prevented you from prostrating when I ordered you?" He said, "I am better than he. You created me from fire and created him from mud." And he was what? Arrogant, right? But why is Satan cursed? it's not because he didn't bow down to Adam, right? Bow down when he was told to. It had to be something else, and it was his response after he disobeyed God. Let's go to Adam now. Adam's response was, as for you, that's not the right verse. Oh yes, as for you, Adam, dwell with your wife in paradise and eat therefrom as you please. But do not approach this one tree lest you fall in sin. And what did Adam eventually do? He ate from the tree. But the difference between Satan and Adam is their response after they disobeyed God. And Adam's response was, our Lord, we have wronged our souls, and unless you forgive us and have mercy on us, we will be losers. So when he ate from the forbidden tree, he didn't make excuses. He didn't even blame Satan. He took full responsibility for his actions, and he turned to God immediately, and God forgave him. So despair often stems from a misunderstanding of God's attributes. When we mess up, Satan wants us to believe that we're beyond redemption, that it's too late, we're too far gone from God's mercy. But that's obviously a lie, because God tells us in 39:53, do not do not despair of God's mercy. Indeed, God forgives all sins. His mercy is limitless. It's not the right verse. So sorry. That's not the right verse, but in 39:53, it says, do not despair of God's mercy, and indeed, God forgives all sins. His mercy is limitless, far greater than any mistake we could make. Which brings me to Satan's next tool, which is all or nothing. He wants you to believe that perfection is impossible, so you might as well not try. And God doesn't tell us to do that. That mindset is very discouraging. In reality, God appreciates our efforts no matter how small, so long as they are sincere. In Surah 6, verse 160, it says, whoever does a righteous work receives the reward for 10, and the one who commits a sin is requited for only 1. No one suffers the slightest injustice. When we feel like we've let God down, Satan tries to pull us away from him. Oh, like, he'll say things like, oh, you just got angry, like, why would you pray? Why bother, right? Or you're going to commit a certain sin and show your face in the masjid to other people. That's what Satan will, like, put in your mind to get you to create as much distance between you and God. It's kind of like when you know you've disappointed your parents or a friend. Do you go up to them or do you avoid them for a little? You usually avoid them for a little, right? This is the same kind of reaction we do with God. When we feel like we've let God down, we don't want to turn to him immediately. We kind of just avoid him. That's how Satan gets us in that trap. A great example is with Jonah, who initially left his people in frustration, but later returned to fulfill his mission. Or in Surah 21, verses 87 through 88, where God describes Yunus's repentance and he rescued him from his own despair. So the lesson here is that when we feel burdened by the weight of our own imperfections or our mistakes, we should rush to God's mercy, because we know that at the end of the day, you're not going to commit sins knowingly. Like, believers don't do that. So when you do slip up, you shouldn't feel bad about it. Just turn to God and know that he appreciates the smallest of your efforts. So to quickly sum up the points, first, there's arrogance. Satan takes advantage of the blessings we've graciously received to inflate our egos. It's like he plants this idea of self-importance in us, steering us away from humility and gratitude towards God. But remember, every blessing and every moment of clarity we experience is a gift from God. So instead of falling into arrogance, stay grateful and grounded in humility. The next thing is despair. When we make mistakes or we feel weak, Satan tells you that you're not good enough and that you're too far from God. Oh, like maybe you had a weakness for too long, so no, you're not going to make it anyways. Stop. Or when you make a mistake, avoid God. All of these things are Satan's tricks. He'll try to get you not to pray, not to come to the masjid, try to separate you from your believing brothers and sisters. He'll tell you things like, oh, maybe they're too boring, or they'll judge you. Things like that. So you'll choose company that encourages you to distance yourself from God. Finally, he'll trick you into believing that until you achieve perfection, all your works, they're a waste of time, they're pointless. And that's not true, because God values every single effort that we make so long as they're sincere. A couple of things that I wanted to also say is that there's obviously no magic secret to protect yourself. Like, we cannot protect ourselves in the way that I'm saying, obviously, you need God. But there are certain things that we can do. Like, let's say, for example, you go to the doctor and you tell them, you know, I'm not feeling well, and they ask you, when was the last time you breathed? And you say, oh, I don't remember the last time I breathed. Why does that make no sense, right? Because you'd be dead. So you would, to me at least, and I feel like the messenger also clarifies this, is that you need to pray on time. Like, that's the main nourishment for your soul. It's gonna help you more than you think. And the last thing I wanna mention is a common saying: birds of a feather flock together. Whoever you choose to be close to, you become like them. And you'll notice this even within similar communities. Like, whoever you hang out with, they tend to morph into each other. They become like the same person. They think that the same things are funny and stuff like that. And this is the nature of the human being. You are your environment. And don't be fooled like I once was into thinking, oh, well, I'll never do that. Because just being in that environment is toxic for the state of your soul. Thank you.
Okay, mashallah. All right, so we'll do some quick Q&A. So any hands? I saw one. Anybody else? Okay, I'll go after my mom then. Okay, please stand up when you make your, because they requested to see who's speaking.
Thank you so much. Great speech, and I really enjoyed it. Part of your speech, you said that the reason that Satan is doomed and he never be forgiven by God because he rebelled. He didn't prostrate before Adam. I think he's a little bit more into it, because in reality, when he did that, he was exposed as the rebel. I believe the biggest blasphemy that he did was he challenged God. Even today, any community, any person who challenged God's messengers or God's system, they're going to be annihilated. They're doomed. Their repentance is not going to be accepted. So that's how I understand that. So not only he was exposed as the rebel among all the angels, he challenged God's absolute authority, and that's why the whole system testing was created, to show that he was incompetent. That's how I understand. I just wanted to add something. Thank you.
Was this a question? Just your understanding, though, right?
Okay. I do have a question. Mashallah, that was a very interesting speech, Sephora. I really think it's important to know this, because in the conference, like one of the purposes of my understanding is we come together kind of like, a battle plan. We're here together to share information and learn together, and Satan is our most ardent enemy. So he will never stop unless he gets us. So we're here together collectively, like everybody who's sitting in this room right now, we're here getting a battle plan. And you've just explained, mashallah, a lot of tactics that the devil uses to try to get us, those different things. So one of the things I wanted to ask you is, I've seen also in situations where the devil comes to you with, in sneaky ways, like being your friend, or going through things where you think it's not there, one thing I've seen, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, is sometimes the devil will come with trying to be too nice to people, Like, for example, there's someone who has a mistake or some sort of like misunderstanding, but you don't want to hurt their feelings, you know? What about in that situation? Like, do you think that the devil will go through by being, you know, you aren't stern enough or you aren't direct enough when you're trying to talk to that person? Do you get what my question is? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it works both ways, right? I mean, we have to take everything into consideration that we see in the Quran. So our responses towards hypocrites and disbelievers, they can't be the same as believers, right? It's impossible. You're not a believer if you treat everybody the same way. It's based on their beliefs, based on their actions. So that's what I think.
We have one more as Jamel.
MashaAllah. God bless you. No, it's all right. Oh, it's all right. Shireen wants me to stand up. I'm going to stay seated. No, God bless you. That was such an amazing speech. Like, your whole community is like, wow, really delivering, MashaAllah, on great speeches. I wanted to ask you, in the context of what you're sharing, which is like, this is like the diamond knowledge right there, by God's grace. What would you say the role of a community is when someone's going through these situations? So, you know, the Satan is coming after them, is kind of putting them in a dark corner. They feel isolated. Their problems are just increasing. They're probably feeling, like I said earlier in another speech, ashamed. What would you say would be the role of a community and their role in trying to deal with it? Because what I find, just to complete that sentence, is a lot of people, they remain isolated in their issue, and sometimes, and they never really see an exit. And I feel like, for me, as a submitter, your community as a family has an important role in your life when it comes to these kind of situations. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I feel like the only thing you can really do is remind them to the best of your ability. At the end of the day, we don't have any power to change people or to get them to see things the way you see things. It doesn't matter if it should matter if many submitters are telling them the same things. But if at the end of the day that person doesn't want to take it, we also have to accept it because God is the one that's allowing it to happen, right? I lost my train of thought, so I'm going to stop talking now.
MashaAllah.
Am I done?
Thank you, Sephora. Just a quick announcement, reminder, those in the back, please be quiet or quieter, inshallah, because we're kind of hearing it up here in the front. Thank you.
Salam, well done. That was a wonderful speech. Okay, so I'm excited to introduce the next speaker. You've all heard about the London community's competitiveness, and just it's in our blood, in the UK in general. So on the train of talking only facts, which is what I'm giving today on every individual that I'm introducing, this individual once raised her own shadow and won. This is how competitive she is. MashaAllah, her determination knows no bounds, whether it's in submitter sports, whether it's in playing games, and equally when it comes to her submission, I am so happy to introduce my dear sister, Krataline, for her speech. Round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm not actually ready. Give me a second, sorry. I brought my mouse this time because last time I forgot and it was a disaster, but I have it this time. Oh. Oh. What was that? Oh, London Q, yeah. Can you guys hear me clearly? Okay, all right. Because I normally have a bit of a quiet voice, but just let me know if you can't hear me properly. Okay, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Mashallah. I'm excited to be here today, giving a speech on my birthday. I mean, it's been announced plenty of times now. But thank you, Arash, as well, for sticking to your word. I didn't think you would actually do it, but you did. Okay. As you can see on the big screen, my topic today is going to be on individual differences. And, okay, so we all know what individual differences are. The things that set us aside from one another. So our appearances, our backgrounds, our interests, our temperaments, and so on. God created us all with different qualities. Just like plants and the variety of foods we have on earth, we too have differences which separate us from one another. These individual differences aren't, and these individual differences, they're not all characteristics that we're born with necessarily. So not necessarily like your hair color, your eye color, that kind of thing. You know, it can also be to do with your circumstances. So, you know, our life experiences, like where you end up studying, which country you end up living in. So, yeah, there's different types of individual differences that we have. But they're the things that shape us and make us who we are. Now, when I was growing up, I genuinely thought that my family are a bunch of lunatics. And like, I genuinely thought that they're probably some of the craziest people in the world. And I'd go to friends' houses and spend time with their families and see how normal they all are. You know, the type of etiquette they have, the mannerisms, and I always wondered, you know, why on earth I happen to be related to the people that are in my family. So my sister, she's not actually here today in person, but she is listening in online, so she probably will be thinking, what on earth am I talking about? But I have mentioned these kinds of things to her before. Anyway, but the point is, as you grow up, you start to realize that everyone has madness that goes on in their families. And obviously it depends as well. If you're, you know, raised in a submitter family, then of course, you know, your circumstances are going to be slightly different. You know, I didn't, my family aren't submitters. I've only got one sister who is a submitter. But anyway, the important thing is that as you learn to understand God's system as a submitter, you realize that absolutely nothing is by chance. That, you know, that's the key thing here. So there's no teeny detail that has been overlooked. There's no injustice, nothing like that exists. God plans our lives, you know, absolutely perfectly. Every single detail is, you know, perfectly planned. Every aspect of our lives has a precise design and a calculated purpose. So as we start to realize that system, you know, then that means we won't fall into kind of complaining and having the types of thoughts that I used to have when I was younger, like, why am my family so crazy? You know, you understand that there's a precise reason for, you know, every single member of your family, and you start to realize that, you know, it can bring out certain qualities in you as well, you know, and you'll start to realize, like, certain things about yourself. I don't actually know how to use this, sorry. What do I do? But then which button? Which button? Oh, okay, like that? Okay, all right. Knowing God, 1061. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. You do not get into any situation, nor do you recite any Quran, nor do you do anything without us being witnesses thereof as you do it. Not even an atom's weight is out of your Lord's control, be it in the heavens or the earth. Nor is there anything smaller than an atom or larger that is not recorded in a profound record. And then the next verse I have shortened. He created everything in exact measure. He precisely designed everything. 82, 7 and 8. The one who created you, designed you, and perfected you. In whatever design he chose, he constructed it. In all of our families, you'll find an array of personalities. Some people are tidy, some people not so tidy. Some people have a positive demeanor about themselves and try to be chirpy for the majority of the time. You know, some are the opposite. They tend to be down in the dumps a lot. They they can be critical, tend to focus on the negatives, that kind of thing. Some are really considerate, always putting the needs of others before their own. Shout out to the mums. That's something that mums naturally do. They have that natural nurturing nature. And then some tend to focus primarily on their own needs first and foremost. So there's lots and lots of differences among us. In the Quran, there are great examples of righteous individuals with qualities that are specific to them too. And we can take any examples really. You know, there are so many distinct characteristics that we learn about through reading the Quran, but I've just picked a few as examples. So Abraham, for example, showed a lot of courage during his life. He stood up against his own father, which isn't always the easiest thing. He even stood up against a king. It takes a certain type of character to have that level of bravery. His belief was unshakable, and we know that he never was an idol worshipper. Thanks, Q. You just yawned right in front of my face. Sorry to call you out. Okay, Abraham's courageous debate. 2:258. Have you noted the one who argued with Abraham about his Lord, though God had given him kingship? Abraham said, my Lord grants life and death. He said, I grant life and death. Abraham said, God brings the sun from the east. Can you bring it from the west? The disbeliever was stumped. God does not guide the wicked. Another example from the Quran. So we have Mary. Mary is described as a saint and had great awareness of God from a young age. 3:37. Her Lord accepted her a gracious acceptance and brought her up a gracious upbringing under the guardianship of Zachariah. Whenever Zachariah entered her sanctuary, he found provisions with her. He would ask, Mary, where did you get this from? She would say, it is from God. God provides for whomever he chooses without limits. So, you know, she was saying these kinds of things as a young child. Mary and Jesus, 3:42. The angel said, O Mary, God has chosen you and purified you. He has chosen you from all the women. 66:12, entitled Mary. Also Mary, the Amramite, she maintained her chastity. Then we blew into her from our spirit. She believed in the words of her Lord and his scriptures. She was obedient. I'm going to give a third example just to drill in this point. But yeah, so another example from the Quran, someone with specific characteristics. So Joseph, and this example was given earlier actually in another speech, but Joseph was so stunning that some people lost almost all sense in his presence, the women, and ended up cutting their own hands. So 12:31, when she heard of their gossip, and we know this is the governor's wife, she invited them. These were some women from the town. She invited them, prepared for them a comfortable place, and gave each of them a knife. She then said to him, enter their room. When they saw him, they so admired him that they cut their hands. They said, glory be to God. This is not a human being. This is an honorable angel. So there isn't a one-size-fits-all structure here. That wasn't ever God's plan for us. God didn't design us in a uniform kind of way that we all look exactly the same, we all behave exactly the same, we all think in the same way. You know, that doesn't exist. And we can choose to be appreciative or unappreciative of this design by our Creator. Satan, for instance, we know was a high-ranking angel previously. God gave him immense responsibility where he was able to do a lot. He was considered to be quite senior. Actually, before he was even classified as an angel, he was just a high rank in the high society. But yeah, we know he had lots of responsibility. He was able to do a lot. He was considered, as I said, to be quite senior, an important figure within the high society. And any rank or status we have, any provisions, are a great privilege from God, and we must show our continuous appreciation. Satan didn't, though, of course. He began to become proud of his God-given status and superiority, and God knew about this level of arrogance that was beginning to develop. this ego that was starting to form. So when God created Adam, who was much weaker in power and status than Satan, this exposed what was within Satan, that he was starting to believe that he could be a god in his own right and imitate what God does to have a dominion of his own to run. That was his mindset. This inflation of his ego caused him to become disobedient and stray off the path. He was demoted in the end and became a jinn, a fallen angel. So 7:12 and 13, which is entitled "The Test Begins." He said, "What prevented you from prostrating when I ordered you?" He said, "I am better than he. You created me from fire and created him from mud." He said, "Therefore you must go down, for you are not to be arrogant here. Get out, you are debased." This is one of the ways that we get tested, through one another. Are we appreciative of the qualities that God has given us, or do we complain and wish that we were designed differently? There's that age-old saying, concept of the grass being greener on the other side. If you're born with curly hair, for instance, quite often you want straight hair. And those with straight hair often want more bounce and volume to their hair, and they'd prefer their hair to be curly. Same with eyes. If you've got brown eyes, a lot of the time you want blue eyes, vice versa. Do you wish you were taller? Do you wish that you were more slim? Do you wish that you had more of an athletic build? Have a different nose, different toes? There are so many aspects of ourselves we often complain about, but this shows unappreciation. If you're more eloquent than someone else or have studied at a more prestigious university, is there an air of arrogance about you? And these are things that we can actually slip into ourselves. So, of course, we know as submitters we're not supposed to have these traits, but, sometimes, they can be a little bit hidden. We can start to, have a sense of superiority about ourselves. So it's a mindset that we can very easily slip into, even without being consciously aware of it. And it's something for us all to think about. Even when people are talking about, their future spouse and this and that, do you start to think that, you're of this particular status in comparison to this other person and whatever else, sometimes you can, or if you're from a particular, for instance, in the Asian culture, if you're more fair-skinned, it's seen as more desirable, if you're a bit darker and this and that. So, there's all sorts of biases that people have. So when you start making these types of comparisons with others, jealousy can often creep in too. Why does that person earn so much? Why do they drive that car? Why do they have 3 children and I have none? And messengers were ridiculed in the past for this very reason. Why did the message come to him? Why was he chosen by God and not us, or someone from a different background or with a different social status? And these comparisons, so where I spoke about jealousy, they can also turn into idolization, that deadly sin that we're all trying to stay away from. If someone is particularly knowledgeable or eloquent, people can very quickly turn them into idols. We see this all over the traditional world. There's a fancy imam from this place, and there's a scholar from that place, and prophets, messengers, and saints throughout time, we know have been turned into these important figures for people without their consent. So because we know that they were given that status by God, people then start to idolize them, and a lot of the time, this is without their knowledge. Mary, Jesus, and Muhammad, for instance, have no idea of the level of idolatry of them that exists today, and they'd be horrified at the prospect. 5:116-117, which is entitled "On the Day of Resurrection." God will say, "O Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, 'Make me and my mother idols beside God'? He will say, 'Be you glorified. I could not utter what was not right. Had I said it, you already would have known it. You know my thoughts, and I do not know your thoughts. You know all the secrets.'" 5:117, I told them only what you commanded me to say, that you shall worship God, my Lord and your Lord. I was a witness among them for as long as I lived with them. When you terminated my life on earth, you became the watcher over them. You witness all things. So all of these types of extreme behaviors that I've been describing, they can take us away from God. We have to be, and the general point I'm trying to make is that we have to be thankful for all that God has given us and remember always that his design is perfect. (14:34) And he gives you all kinds of things that you implore him for. If you count God's blessings, you can never encompass them. Indeed, the human being is transgressing, unappreciative. Now, in the UK, we have a bit of a running joke that we all come from such varied backgrounds, and that if it wasn't for God putting us together, we probably never would have hung out with each other. Yeah, and 18:28, which is the verse about forcing yourself to be with one another, also gets thrown around quite a lot in our community. And sometimes, in a little bit of a threatening way, actually. Like if someone wants you to come out for a certain event, they're like, 18:28. But anyway, we appreciate the wisdom behind that verse in encouraging us to form those important social bonds and connections with each other. This is how we form that closeness and become a family. 18:28, entitled Quranic Study Groups. You shall force yourself to be with those who worship their Lord day and night, seeking him alone. Do not turn your eyes away from them, seeking the vanities of this world, nor shall you obey one whose heart we rendered oblivious to our message, one who pursues his own desires and whose priorities are confused. God says to force yourself to be with the believers. Normally, in normal situations, you can choose who to associate yourself with, at school, in workplaces, or generally in your free time. And for instance, if we were talking about a workplace, if you didn't particularly like someone, you can distance yourself from that person if you don't have much in common with them, and you don't have to necessarily, have lunch with them or spend too much time with them if you choose not to. In a community, however, this doesn't exist. So of course, some people might naturally gravitate towards one another more than others because of shared interests like being a parent or coming from a certain country. But there is no escape for walking away from these people because of some sort of individual difference. You can't just distance yourself from some people in your community or say, well, your personality doesn't quite fit with mine, so we'll just go our separate ways. And this can be quite challenging for us. God says we have to love one another, though. But you might not naturally be inclined to everyone in your community, but we make that effort because God tells us to. He knows best who the righteous are. And of course, we know that, when you strive and you're trying to do your best and please God, God will put that love in your hearts anyway for each other. So you'll that love will grow and you'll want to spend time with those people anyway. But just like all things, initially things can start off a little bit difficult, just like, doing your dawn prayer initially at the beginning stages of your submission. So in Noah's time, the believers around him ridiculed those among the believers. They perceived them as the worst of the worst, so they dismissed the entire message that Noah brought. But God knows best who deserves to be among the righteous and who deserves to stray. We have no business questioning or challenging God's decision-making. 11:27, the leaders who disbelieved among his people said, we see that you are no more than a human being like us. So they were referring to Noah here. And we see that the first people to follow you are the worst among us. We see that you do not possess any advantage over us. Indeed, we think you are liars. Now, within communities, there will always be disagreements, and that's perfectly normal for a group of people who are studying and learning together. What we have to remember is that we're all at different stages in our submission. What might be obvious to you may not be so obvious to me. Patience is needed, kindness, and not an overly critical approach. Someone might have been on the path for years and maybe misunderstand what might seem like, quite a basic concept to you. And if that is the case, we don't need to be so harsh about these things or try and make them feel silly in any sort of way. We're family, we know each other, and we should be mindful about how the other person perceives things, and care enough to not want to upset one another. 49:10, the real family. The believers are members of one family. You shall keep the peace within your family and reverence God, that you may attain mercy. 41:34, not equal is the good response and the bad response. You shall resort to the nicest possible response. Thus, the one who used to be your enemy may become your best friend. Is that seconds? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. There's quite a bit to go. All right, I'm just going to try and speed through a little bit then. All right. I'll try and be quick. All right. So anyway, communication, I would say, is at the heart of this topic. We can't avoid differences of understanding because that's inevitable given the way that God has designed us. So the best that we can do is work out how to function as a community, as a group of people, without tension rising among us, or at least try to minimize this as best as we can. And of course, the bigger the community, the harder it can be. This can be, but we try because we know this is pleasing to God. So if someone does something that irritates you, like a communication style maybe, I'm sorry it's going into red, I will try and be quick, that, sometimes like someone might talk over you during studies, or you feel like they don't pay attention to you when you talk, or, they're not taking what you're saying into consideration. You have to know in that moment that person, is a fellow believer. They're not doing it deliberately to be dismissive or arrogant or whatever other thoughts that Satan will fill your head with. A lot of the time, people aren't even aware of some of the things they're doing until it's brought to their attention. I did have an example about myself, but we're going to skip that because it's not particularly important. Okay. All right, so because of individual differences, issues can build up if they're not dealt with, and Satan loves this. That's what we have to remember. He feeds off of this. He's delighted when believers argue and when there's disunity among them, when there's suspicion and when there's distrust that starts to creep in. So we have to be on guard against these tricks of Satan, pretty similar to what Sephora was talking about in her speech, mashallah. So the main idea that I wanted to get across in this speech is that we need to find a way to celebrate our differences rather than get irritated by them and sometimes fall into criticizing one another for them. We should monopolize on those differences because they're great things. And then I've got a few examples from our community, which I'll go through quickly. So for instance, in London, Umar, who's sat over there, he's the guy who loves to constantly look at what we can be doing better as a community. So he's the one that got us the new mic, which now has crystal clear sound for our studies, and he's the one that wanted to move us to Discord because it made more sense in line with what other platforms communities were using, the other communities were using. So, he's that kind of guy in our community. Jamal, who's over there, you're getting a shout out too. Jamal does a lot of the social media kind of stuff. So he helps us to stay connected with our global family, and he does a lot of hosting in his home as well. He kind of has like a year-round Airbnb service in his house. But, the believers are always coming around, and he's always very welcoming and very sweet like that, mashallah. And then my sister Yasmin, who I mentioned is not here, she has a lot of energy. And she does love to chat. So, and we can't always keep up with her energy levels. So she loves to type. Is she typing? Hi, Yas. So yeah, Yas loves communicating with people. So, and again, it's about utilizing those kind of skills and what people are good at. So, Yas manages a lot of the Discord announcements for us. She posts what verses we're going to be reading during our studies, the question list, and that kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm not going to get through all of this. It's just not going to work. I think I need to abandon the ship now. All right. I was going to talk about Moses and Aaron and some of their qualities, but, we all know their stories anyway. So, I was just going to say that, Moses had leadership qualities and things like... No, all right, I'll stop. Oh, stop. Okay, let's just go to the end. It's gone red so many times. I'm sorry. All right. So to wrap up, what I'm trying to say with my speech, individual differences are all part of God's design. We each have beautiful qualities about ourselves. That's the point I've been going over and over about. We must learn to celebrate those differences and not let them be a reason for us to ever dispute. May God keep the believers united always and allow our communities to continue to flourish. Inshallah. Thank you.
Wow, Krataline, I am going to add this to the list of the competitiveness. The longest speech, mashallah, so far. Well done, but wonderful. Okay, we have quite a few hands up. So we have around 6-7 minutes, so please be quick with your questions and clear and concise. I did not see whose hands went up first, so people who haven't asked questions yet, I will prioritize them.
I hope it's hands up because... Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hi.
Hey, that was a great speech, mashallah. Is this working?
Thank you, mashallah.
Oh, okay. So you mentioned one of your points was in regards to not distancing yourself from your family, which is a great point because obviously we know that Satan's the only one that would want something from this.
Yeah.
What would be your advice to two people who are sort of in a conflict and they can't seem to find common ground?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for your question, LP. Yeah, that's a very good question. And, it's something that we come across all the time in all of our communities. And it's, of course, it's inevitable with any sort of social situation, any sort of group setting. You're always going to butt heads a little bit at times. And like I was saying, because of our individual differences, we're not always going to all get on, smoothly, or, our personalities aren't always going to match entirely. And we have to learn to kind of learn how to deal with that. So, I mean, what I would say through experience is that, you do your best to try and speak to that person potentially first. But sometimes if your personalities do clash so much where you can't really, maybe you can't understand each other, maybe sometimes it gets quite heated or you just, and it's not, you're not really hearing each other. What happens in our community is that we then kind of like take a step-by-step approach. So you might reach out to someone that you're close to, another believer, let them know the situation, maybe get them involved. What I try and do is I'll try and do it in a small kind of group setting first. So maybe one person from my side, one person from that side, try it that way. If it's not working, get a few more people involved until eventually, inshallah, at some point there's going to be some sort of resolution. So, I mean, and I've never seen that not work. Sometimes we just get a few more people involved and then it just helps to calm the situation down a bit more. People are given reminders and then and there's all the reminders about we're family, we have to be united, and then other people can sometimes step in and say, look, well, this is what this person's trying to say, this is their intention, you're not looking at it in the right way, and it can just help to give that balance, I think. So I'd say try and get a few more people involved, get your community involved, utilize your communities, and pray to God, and inshallah God will, restore that love in your hearts for each other. Thank you.
So mine is more of a comment/question. So even though we have the individual differences, the whole point of submission is it actually unifies us. I think like my comment, like the differences we have comes in from our egos, but I just want to make sure that that's also mentioned into that. Like at the end of the day, all believers should have like common grounds. For example, like when two believers are interacting, yeah, they should obviously consider the personal differences, but at the same time, there is an expectation that because of submission, we have common grounds. So maybe my question is, how do you balance those two things? Because the extreme of like we have individual differences sounds like we are not like one coherent family versus what submission actually is all about, that we all have no ego. If someone tells you move your seat, you move your seat. We don't have to be shy and so on and so forth.
No, it's a good point, mashallah. And actually I did consider putting it into the speech because I was going to kind of draw a contrast between the fact that on the one hand we're told that we're bricks in one wall, we're supposed to be united, and if you think about a brick in a wall, typically the bricks all look the same. It's not a case of like, they're all different shapes and sizes, different colors and things like that. To have a good, strong, sturdy wall, they have to be, the same size and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at it in that sense, of course, in terms of like the faith and what we believe in terms of what's right and wrong, it's not a case of, well, this is my opinion, this is your opinion. We drop our opinions and we go by what God tells us. So we have that uniform understanding in that sense. But we're also not, everyone's not equal. Like I said, we all have different temperaments, we all have different backgrounds, we all have different qualities as well. So, yeah. There are individual differences in terms of it's not like we don't look like a military camp where, they're all in the same uniform, no personality shines through and that's it, that's your community. We still have, our perks and our individual differences, like I said, where, there's different people in a community who take on different roles because they're good at different things. So yeah, I don't know if that answered the question.
Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah, Kuratulain. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Just to piggyback a little bit on this, we know that our differences create strengths.
Mm-hmm.
I just want you to please explain us at what point you differentiate understanding to somebody who make up their mind, for example, a belief, for example, because so often we say that, hey, you know what, that is fine for us to be having a different understanding. That is fine, we discuss about it. But at what point do you distinguish that this is no longer an understanding, but this is something else?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in terms of belief and in terms of what's right and wrong, that's very clear from the Quran. We know we're not supposed to, lose our temper, for instance. We know we're supposed to do our prayers. It's not just a case of, well, like, oh, I tend not to be a morning person. Naturally, I like to wake up. So, it doesn't work like that. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of belief, we have to go by what God tells us and what God says. And it's not a case of like, yeah, your thoughts are your thoughts and my thoughts are my thoughts. I was just trying to say in terms of individual differences that, we are still kind of all so unique as well. It's not a case that you have to drop all your interests and all your personality. You all have to dress a certain way. You all have to act a certain way. That's not really the case. We celebrate those differences. We still have those qualities about us. But in terms of what's right and wrong, that's clear from the scripture, and we never, abandon that in any sort of way. And healthy discussions are good. That's what I was trying to say. In communities, we debate, we discuss, and that's a good thing. But and then we try and reach that united understanding. So yeah, there's only ever going to be one truth in that, in that regard.
Thank you, mashallah, wonderful speech. Q, maybe we can hear the rest of it later on. We're going on a break now, guys. It's 10 minutes. Afternoon prayer will start at 5:40 sharp in here, and Human, God willing, will lead the prayer. And straight after that, we have dinner at 6 p.m. sharp. And then the next speaker starts at 7. So please be on time, just so the schedule is just working perfectly. Okay, so no delays. Enjoy. 10-minute break.
Q&A, we need to get started. Please sit down. Do we need to save one of the spots for Irene? Do we need to save one of the spots for Irene? One over? Bye, action. Oh. I was gonna say between me. Belki Irene visiting you. Yeah. No. I just need to move a chair. You can sit here. No, Beba. Yeah.
Okay, guys, unfortunately, I cannot wait for everyone to find their seats and to quiet down, and otherwise we're eating into even more of the conference time. So I will get started in introducing our next speaker. Now, this is a nurse who combines her compassion in the work that she does, and flair for the extraordinary. She's obsessed with all things feline, and I believe she's trying her level best to train a cat to work with her in the ER, matching pink scrubs and all. So please give a warm welcome to Delilah, the next speaker.
What? Shoot at you? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna test it real quick. Okay. When you shoot Makan, things happen. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name's Delilah. If you don't know, I live in the San Jose community. My speech today is The Root. I've had about 7 people ask me if I wrote a speech about trees. Payam just gave a sermon about trees, so it is not about trees. I had to be a little bit more creative. So, oh shoot, I'm pushing this button instead of this button. One of the core beliefs of submission is that God's kingdom promises perfect health, wealth, and happiness. We can use this core belief as an assessment tool for ourselves to see progress. With this, we also understand God's system. You put God first and worship God alone, prosperity flows by God's grace. You fall out of God's kingdom for whatever reason, you get a pinch to warn you to come back. Nothing bad comes from God. I seek refuge in God from Satan, the rejected. Surah 4, verse 79. Anything good that happens to you is from God, and anything bad that happens to you is from you. We have sent you as a messenger to the people, and God suffices as witness. So as submitters, we all understand that one of the key portions of our belief is reflection. We all know God's system, mashallah. You make a mistake, sin, transgress, and you get a pinch. Then you reflect on why you got that pinch. Then you sincerely repent, you reform with God's help, and then the pinch goes away. It's a foolproof method, mashallah. It's God's promise. Yet, time and time again, we find ourselves in situations where we get a pinch, we reflect, we repent, and then everyone's like, hey, did you figure out what you did wrong? You got sick, you had that headache, and you're like, guys, I figured it out. Mashallah, I feel so much better. I repented. But then that pinch turns into a punch, and you're like, okay, maybe I didn't figure it out. We get all frustrated. I took all of that time to reflect, so what am I doing wrong? The answer is both complex yet simple. It stopped working, Makan. Okay. Surah 6, verse 50. Say, I do not say to you that I possess the treasures of God, nor do I know the future, nor do I say to you that I am an angel. I simply follow what is revealed to me. Say, is the blind the same as the seer? Do you not reflect? 38. Why do they not reflect on themselves? God did not create the heavens and the earth and everything between them except for a specific purpose and for a specific lifespan. However, most people with regard to meeting their Lord are disbelievers. 59:21. If we revealed this Quran to a mountain, you would see it trembling, crumbling out of reverence for God. We cite these examples for the people that they may reflect. So let's use a silly but very real example. Everyone has experienced this. You're walking through your house, your day is fine, and bam, you stubbed your toe. Not a huge pinch, but a pinch for sure. Your toe definitely is gonna hurt for a couple seconds. So you get a little annoyed, you're like, oh man, I stubbed my toe. But then reality hits. Let me reflect. Oh yes, God forgive me. I got annoyed because a phone call ran long and now I'm late to a meeting at work. So you repent and you think that everything's fixed. But then you get to work and you get a pretty decent paper cut. And then a week later, one of the babies at the masjid accidentally throws their toy directly at your head and now you have a headache. And this cycle continues over and over and over again. So we all know God's system. Why did the repentance, quote unquote, not work? We know the common answers to those questions are you didn't fully reform, you have more sins to work on, or maybe you fixed the issue for a couple days and reverted back to bad habits. And these answers aren't fully incorrect. There's a lot of validity to them. But I want us to explore the roots, God willing. Reflection cannot be surface level. It's a fantastic starting point, but to truly reform, we must dig deep to find the core root of the issues at hand. So let's go back to our stubbing toe example. We said we deserved the pinch because we got annoyed that a phone call ran too long and now we're late to a work meeting. Yeah, that's a great start. But humans are more complex than that. Why did you get annoyed? Okay, well, I have a weakness with patience, but mashallah, I'm working on it. We're starting to get somewhere, but we can go even deeper with our thinking. Why do you struggle with patience? Well, I have a really tight schedule and things keep disrupting my plans. Why do you feel like things keep disrupting your plans? You know, I like to keep my day very organized because it keeps the day non-stressful by God's grace. When things like a late phone call happen, things get thrown off a schedule and I sometimes get stressed, you know, like any person does. Well, why do you feel stressed? Well, it makes it feel like the day is out of control. But the day was never in your control, was it? From this very short and oversimplified reflection exercise, we find the root. This hypothetical person has a couple doubts. They have doubt that God is running everything, as they get frustrated or slightly annoyed when things don't go according to their plan, because they forget that God's plan is the only plan. They may even have a small hidden doubt about God being the absolute provider. They were annoyed because they were late to an important meeting at work. Their boss is very strict. They had a big meeting to go to. But in that moment, they forget that God would never allow them to be late to a meeting if that wasn't what was best for them. So how can one reach such a big conclusion from just a couple pinches? Oh, you stubbed your toe and it keeps happening. How can that mean that I have doubt in God? So we have to look at the bigger picture. As submitters, we know that this worldly life is just a very short period of time before we reach eternity. But how deeply do we reflect on that on our day-to-day basis? We warn each other constantly not to fall victim to this illusion and to keep our eyes on the hereafter. But how often do we deeply and consciously apply that on our day-to-day basis? Our entire purpose of coming to this earth is going through tests and purification because we had doubt. And for this, I have an excerpt from the introduction. 3, the humans. The hardcore rebels, humans and jinns, refused to denounce their crime and opted for witnessing a demonstration of Satan's claim. These egoistic creatures who failed to submit to God's authority, even when offered the chance to do so, were divided in half. The half that were less convinced of Satan's point of view became classified as humans. Although they harbored doubts about Satan's claim, they failed to make a firm stand regarding God's absolute authority. It is the ego that prevented these creatures from appreciating God's omnipotence. It is the ego that prevented them from submitting when such an opportunity was offered to them. And it is the ego that stands between most of us and redemption to God's kingdom. This is why kill your ego is one of the first commandments in the Quran. So during the Great Feud, we did not stand firmly with the angels and proclaim that Satan was absolutely ridiculous and only God could be God. We kind of went, I'm not too sure. But why were we not sure? Doubt. As humans, we're silly. We have a problem and we try so many temporary solutions. You start to struggle financially, your first move is to pick up some side hustles and rebudget. If you're in college, maybe you're like, yeah, my major is not going to make me any money. Let me switch majors for a third time, right? You have some sort of car problem, it's making weird noises. Maybe you Google some responses. Maybe you call LP, who's like San Jose's master car person, mashallah. Or maybe you look at your bank account and say, I'm just going to put the radio louder and hope that it goes away. You feel a little bit sick, you make a cup of tea, you take some Advil. But we know God's system. Worship God alone for all his qualities, follow the commandments, and you're pretty much solid, mashallah. So why, when we have these issues, do we not go to the core of everything, our Creator? Why do we stop at, I'm impatient, I have a temper problem, I struggle with fear? These are fantastic starting points, but that's all that they are, surface level starting points. My question to you all is, what do you want? What do you want in this worldly life? What is your ultimate goal? What do you define as your purpose here on earth? And most importantly, how bad do you want it? For many submitters, the utmost goal is to one day become a mu'min, inshallah. So what is a mu'min? A true believer, the elite of the elite, subhanallah. Why are they the elite of the elite? Why are mu'mins the purified believers, the ones who by God's grace have fixed almost all of their flaws? Why don't they struggle with patience, temper, fear, greed, anger, all of these things that we say, man, I got sick because I'm just so angry all the time? 49:14. The Arabs said, we are mu'mins, believers. Say, you have not believed. What you should say is, we are Muslims, submitters, until belief is established in your hearts. If you obey God and his messenger, he will not put any of your works to waste. God is forgiver, most merciful. 49:15. Mu'mins, believers, are those who believe in God and his messenger, then attain the status of having no doubt whatsoever, and strive with their money and their lives in the cause of God. These are the truthful ones. It is because they dug deeper by God's infinite grace and mercy. A mu'min is not someone who stopped at, God forgive me, I'm impatient. They found the roots. Our main weaknesses reflect some sort of doubt we have that is keeping us at the submitter level and keeping us away from the mu'min status. In order for us to complete this deep reflection, we also have to differentiate the difference between knowing versus believing. I feel a common misconception about doubts is that many people misunderstand knowing God's qualities compared to believing in God's qualities. 23:84-89. Say, to whom belongs the earth and everyone on it, if you know? They will say, to God. Say, why then do you not take heed? Say, who is the Lord of the 7 universes, the Lord of the great dominion? They will say, God. Say, why then do you not turn righteous? Say, in whose hand is all sovereignty over all things? And he is the only one who can provide help, but needs no help, if you know. They will say, God. Say, where did you go wrong? With this, I want to emphasize a footnote. Belief in God is valid only if one recognizes God's qualities, such as the fact that God controls everything. Believers who do not know God are not really believers. Most believers nullify their belief by idolizing such powerless idols as the prophets and saints. Every single person in this room knows God's qualities. Ask any submitter who is running everything, and mashallah, they'll be very quick to say God. On paper, it's not too difficult of a concept to understand, mashallah. Every single submitter in this room will easily tell you, yes, God provides for his creation, subhanallah, perfect health, wealth, and happiness. Yes, God is running everything, and we have no control. Yeah, God is the protector, I have no reason to fear. Yes, God is the forgiver, and I should never despair. Yes, God is the most equitable, most just, I should never grieve. These all make sense, but how many times do we find ourselves despairing? How many times do we find ourselves having fear? How many times do we see that, oh no, am I going to have enough money? So the question is, do you believe in these statements? Does every cell and atom in your body believe it? When you get tested with these concepts, do you pass automatically or easily because you truly believe in these qualities, or do you keep stubbing your toe over and over again? We cannot just know. We must understand. We must believe. And one thing that the human being absolutely excels at is lying to ourselves. No one wants to say, yeah, I know God is running everything. but I struggle to apply it. God forgive me. So what does Satan do? Satan capitalizes on our ego. You make excuses for yourself without even realizing it. You take these excuses and you combine them with worldly distractions that Satan is absolutely going to throw at you left and right, and you make the perfect situation for stunted soul growth. So, why don't we go to the root of the problem and kill the problem at its source? We came to this worldly life because we had doubts. Why wouldn't the problem in our worldly life be about doubts? As submitters, we have a choice in this life. Will you strive to be the closest to God because of how deeply you worship God? Or will you settle for being good enough? This is a genuine question that we all have to ask ourselves. When you take that step forward from just knowing to truly working on killing that doubt, you will feel. So ask yourself genuinely, this is just between you and God. When was the last time you really sat down and reflected? As submitters, sometimes we get so caught up in actions. I'm doing so good in my submission, mashallah. I went to 3 Quran studies this week. I went to Jummah. I did all my prayers. I did a charity event. I watched some audios, and mashallah, maybe even more. But one thing that I've had to reflect on over my past few years of submission is that submission is not just a checklist of activities. It is a deep connection and a deep worship for God alone. It is not just following our commandments and avoiding sin. It is knowing God, believing God, worshiping God. Why do submitters do everything in the name of God? Why do we put God first? Because we love God more than anything else in all of the universes. There's absolutely no comparison. So how do you reach such a deep level of devotion? Take time to know your Creator. And when you learn those qualities, take even more time to believe them. If you're not a mu'min, you have doubts. And this is not a death sentence. It just means that you have serious work to put in. So deeply reflect. Again, it's just you and God in your head anyways. You don't have to stand up on this stage and say, wow, guys, like I really suck. This is not necessary. So deeply reflect. Kill your ego. Prostrate. Ask God sincerely to help you and make it clear for you. Sometimes as humans we forget God is with us at all times. You don't have to do some crazy ritual to get the answers. Think back to a time in your life where you sat there and you were like, wow, like I really need help with something. God, what should I do? And then the answer is like in billboards. And you're like, wow, that was so easy compared to me trying to find the worldly solutions and fix it myself. So then you pick one doubt. You find it in yourself and destroy it. Start with one doubt at a time. Find the doubt. Find the verses that relate to it. Find the audios and videos that relate to it. And spend a lot of time talking to God and imploring God about it. Then when you squash that one, move to the next doubt. Submitters don't live by a striving checklist. Everything we do must be genuine. You must feel God in your heart in every single cell of your body. But we cannot do that when we're drowned with doubts we are not thinking deeply enough about to even realize we have. When you have a rotten weed, you dig it out at its root. Otherwise, it'll grow again, and God forbid, worse, spread. I finished on time. Mashallah. To sum up, I have not practiced this speech. I implored God to make it on time, finish 3 minutes early. That's never happened before. Mashallah.
Awesome, mashallah. Fantastic speech. Delilah, do we have hands up? Anybody? We have one.
I thought you said you'd raise your hand higher. So mashallah, great speech. So based on what we learned from Quran that we must come to this conclusion that God is running everything and practice it, correct? So would it be fair to say that this would be the first thing that we should check ourselves on? If you're getting pinches, maybe you're not submitting and you're not believing God is running everything. Or maybe this is the only thing, right? What do you think?
So my dear friend Dina always talks about working efficiently. So I think that we have such a short time in this worldly life. Why would I waste my time and sit there and be like, shoot, I'm so impatient, you know? We're smart as submitters by God's grace. Why? Because God gives us that intelligence. Why should I sit there and say, man, you know, I keep getting all of these consequences, you know? You really have to sit there and reflect as a believer. It's not an easy thing to do. But if you're going to sit there and say there's so many things going wrong in my life, that's not perfect health, wealth, and happiness. And until you kill your ego and say, wow, again, bluntly, I suck, you have to figure out the root of the problem. If you look and think to yourself, hey, everything seems to have a theme. We know God is at the center of everything, right? Why not go to God? Every single problem that we have is related to a doubt that we have. The reason that we're here on this earth is because we have these doubts. So why not just start at the doubts? You'll get, your soul will grow so much more efficiently, in my opinion. God forgive me if I'm wrong, and I'm willing to hear any sort of combat to that. But again, we have such a short time in this life. There's audios and videos where Rashad even explains by God's grace that we can be bigger than the angels on the day of judgment. But how do you think that you get to that point? It's not just a checklist. It's not just, you know what, I wasn't doing good this week, guys. I'm going to listen to a little bit more zikr. Yes, listen to more zikr, but did you ask yourself why you didn't do good this week? What is the issue? What is the core root of the problem? Because I could stand here and say, some of the parents that I work with make me really frustrated sometimes, you know? And then I have to ask myself, I'm like, but why? As a believer, I shouldn't let anyone bother me. Sometimes when my boss comes around, I'm like, oh man, she's gonna come yell at me because I know I did something wrong. And I'm like, but why am I afraid? Shouldn't I have full trust in God? Believers are not people who fear. That's, honestly, Arash kind of gave a prequel to my speech. I was laughing. But when you're having an issue, you can't just think surface level. When you go deep immediately, you kind of speed up the process and you save yourself a lot of pain. It takes a lot of ego killing, but it's, in my opinion, the best method. That's it?
Oh, there's one, sorry.
Assalamu alaikum. It was
Walaikum
really great speech, mashallah. I
Thank you.
enjoyed it. One day I took off from my work. For a few hours, I had a rosary and sat down and just, say Al-Fatiha for a few hours. The rest of the day, I just wanted to reflect, to get rid of the problem I had. And I have not been successful. Why is that?
You got to go to the root of the problem. But that's the thing. I think sometimes, Satan is sneaky. And we have to be really careful when we do these reflections. I really, truly think the honest answer is you have to be honest with yourself. This is not easy to do. Sometimes I really had to sit there and been like, wow, Delilah, you're like an idiot, low-key. This is not good. But when you take that time to really humble yourself, the best advice, honestly, that I could give is God knows. And if you humble yourself at the feet of God, if you say, wow, I'm having an issue, again, what is your first step when you do that issue? Is it just some people go worldly, but mashallah, you took the time to recite Al-Fatiha and reflect. But we also have to have a deep connection with our Creator. God is not just a lot of traditionals, a lot of Christians, a lot of people who don't know the truth think this. Astaghfirullah. They think that God is just some, astaghfirullah, person up in the sky so far away. But that's not true. God is within all of us. God is omnipresent. He's in this room right now, but he's also everywhere else. If you sincerely, and that's another key, it has to be sincere. You cannot be doing reflection with the intention of getting rid of the pinch. Every single thing that we do in our life has to be for the sole intention of getting closer with God. That's literally the only reason why we're here, right? For example, when I first wanted to move to San Jose, I was like, oh, my buddies live there. That's great, right? It wasn't working. But when I switched my mindset to, I actually really want to go to San Jose because it's a big community there. Big community means more opportunities for soul growth, subhanAllah, right? Immediately, I'm not even joking, immediately it was like the most seamless process. But again, there's that roadblock there. The ego is the roadblock, and Satan is like guarding that roadblock. And he's like, nah, you know? So we have to be really, really careful with ourselves and crucially, like painfully honest with ourselves. But at the same time, you can't use that, let Satan use that to give you despair as well. All of us are here because we're imperfect. If we were perfect, I wouldn't be giving this speech. I wouldn't be here in Virginia. I'd be in the high society, right? But we all came here for a reason. And the reason we came here, we weren't honest with ourselves. We didn't make a firm stance. Now is the time to make that firm stance. Now is the time to be bitterly honest with yourself and humble yourself in front of God. Because we did not do that last time. The last time that we had to be like humble in front of God, we were like, yeah, I want that freedom of choice. That sounds pretty nice. It wasn't. I could have been a cat, but I'm not. So now I have to play with cats instead, right? So, but that's something that we all have to be honest with ourselves about. I've fallen into the trap where I'm like, yeah, like, mashallah, like, I'm a submitter. Forget all these disbelievers. The disbelievers did the same thing that I did. It's why we're here. So we're really no better than anyone else unless we humble ourselves at the feet of God.
All right. Are we back on? Are we broadcast? Are we back on? Okay, mashallah. Okay. We're good. Okay. And mashallah. All right, we have our last speech of the night, but even though the speeches are over, I just wanted to just have everyone know that the conference is not over. So please do not leave back to your rooms. We're going to do a break and our sunset, but we're going to be doing a global consultation tonight, inshallah. Some very important topics. So please stick around for that, inshallah. I'm not sure. Do we know the topic for this tonight? So I'll share that inshallah after the speech. So stay tuned for that. And okay, we're good. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to intro the next speaker. So the next speaker is is a submitter that I've known for years, mashallah, very good submitter. This is somebody that yes, he definitely has gone to Japan. He can speak better Japanese than I can, so I gotta learn from him, inshallah. He has such a talent, and this guy, he puts his mind to something by God's grace, and he'll get it done. And one of the people that, by God's grace, when he says he'll keep his word to do something, throughout the years I've seen him do it. I'm very, very interested to see what his speech is going to be about. His sermons are always, mashallah, very fantastic too. Please give a nice round of applause to Makan.
Oh. 5 minutes? All right. Only 5 minutes, all right. Actually, to be honest, I still think I have to work on keeping my word, so don't believe her. It's all a lie. Okay, assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm really happy that many of you decided not to go and take a break right now because it's the last speech. And for everyone who's listening on Discord, be sure to give Yunus a big hug. He loves people when they really hug him for a long period of time. Don't hug me. So, I had it was in Delilah's similar situation. I was asked to give a speech, kind of last minute. But I asked God for some guidance on this. So, if you probably see in the schedule, my speech is about true unity. So God teaches us that those who follow His path are united, and there's a lot of discrepancies with a lot of people in the world about what is unity. Like how are we united in different ways? And a lot of people seem to have weird understandings of that, and they start making their own definitions of what they mean to be united. So what I can tell you directly in Surah 2, verse 62, I seek refuge in God from saying they're rejected. It says, unity of all submitters. Surely those who believe, those who are Jewish, the Christians, and the converts, anyone who believes in God, believes in the last day, and leads a righteous life will receive their recompense from their Lord. They will have nothing to fear, nor will they grieve. So it doesn't matter who you talk to. Everyone says in their group, oh yeah, we're united, we're strong together, our group is really, really powerful. So if you think about it, there's if we start thinking what are the types of groups out there that say we're bounded, we are really strong with each other. You can see groups of disbelievers, the woke mob is out there, atheists, the LGBT community. You have so-called believers, people of previous scriptures who haven't taken the message, or even hardcore hypocrites. And consistently, they fail to be united. You look at Judaism right now. There's so many different sects from each other, and even people who convert to Judaism, many people who say they're born of it, treat them as lesser people. In Christianity, there's so many different sects of their religion. Some people are Lutherans, Mormons. Those they don't make a lot of sense, to be honest. You have Catholics, Eastern Orthodox. It's really insane. And we already know how modern-day Islam has been corrupted. They've completely, yes, getting flashbacks to Night Destiny. Thank you. I got to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, excuse me. So, we know they have, you have the big ones, Sunni, Shia, but they can't even agree on what sort of hadiths they want to follow, and if they have different ideas, they're at each other's throats. Even more so, the worst ones by far are those who claim to be submitters, or those who claim that, we all follow the message, we believe in the miracle, but then they constantly disagree on certain things. They have weird things that unite them, but it's never God. It's never the source that unites them. It's always something else besides God. So we'll look at the examples in more detail. With the LGBT community, they are constantly recreating new flags. I cannot understand how many new nations there are at this point. And they're always arguing about what does their status mean. Honestly, if you go and you see them argue, they even hate each other. They start saying, but if you believe this way, that means you don't think I exist. And they're constantly trying to get each other canceled left and right. It's they start arguing what's a non-physical Eros binary. Oh, no. See, I have to be a circle. Triangles are a little too bigoted. It's ridiculous. Atheists are just as bad, and they usually fall in the same camp. But they make unity through their political parties. But even still, they're eating each other alive. If you look at the current political climate, so many people are trying to kill each other left and right. We already know what happens. Someone else is going to give a speech about that, maybe. I don't know. Democrats right now are at each other's throats. Get rid of Biden, find somebody else. Then you have the extreme woke who are trying to take over those parts. And the moment someone disagrees with them, they want to kill each other. They have no agreement in any sort of ways. But the hypocrites, by far, FaceTime video, all right. I'm not sure if I'm the one who actually called, okay. Okay, but hypocrites have the funniest form of unity. They unite with people who absolutely don't agree with them whatsoever. And their biggest claim is, look, as long as you believe in God, we're all united no matter what. You can believe that you pray 3 times a day. You can believe that, maybe it's only meats, maybe sometimes it's a little bit of food. You can agree on okay, maybe circumcision is optional, or maybe it's something that just might have been given to Abraham from Satan. And they have consistently faced problems I remember I had a few debates with some of these individuals, and they would constantly go up to me and be like, look, we're so much better than you guys. They say, we don't kick people out. We're always looking for the truth together, and we all are united just to worship God alone. So let me tell you some like recent updates, because I like creeping on their Facebook group. They've already had several divisions. They have new false messengers come out of their groups. They've started hosting people with detrimental understandings and having them come together. Fun fact, years and years ago when Facebook was very active, a different person actually created a separate group because they were upset that we didn't allow people who were fighting the message to join the group. And as soon as they added everyone back, the first 30 posts, literally in like back to back, like for the first 10 minutes, were all these traditional Arabs saying how Rashad was evil and the Miracle 19 was wrong. And the post from this person is like, this is true unity. All right, sure. That's what they want to say. That's fine. And the best part is that they claim that they welcome everybody. And they say they never kick anybody out. They say, oh, you guys are the ones who kick people out, but we welcome everyone. Well, they kicked enough people out that they end up creating the new people started creating their own Discord server. And they claim that, oh, like everybody else is a cult, but not us. But if you try to talk to us, you have to come to our platform, you have to debate only these 3 people, and nobody else is allowed to talk to you one-on-one. You have to come to our platform. Sure, why not? A little strange for me, but that's what they prefer. So, but why do these people consistently fail in unity? Like, why can't they stay together? Obviously, I already told you the answer, but let's remember this, is that they don't make God their source. They don't make God the one that brings everyone together. And that's the important part. If you look at Surah 49, verse 1, it says, O you who believe, do not place your opinion above that of God and his messenger. You shall reverence God. God is here, omniscient. And I have a lot of examples. I just want us to think about how these people make a difference. They try to find a different glue. They try to find a different rope to hold on to. When we were on Clubhouse a long time ago, several of us might remember this, we were talking about how hadith-based Islam is detrimental. Immediately, all these traditional Muslims came in to see what was going on, and a couple of these PhD mullahs from Islamic universities wanted to debate everybody. And they're constantly saying, no, you can't believe in this way, everyone should listen to what I have to say because I studied this for years on end. And they started quoting like different hadiths. And the moment people just gave them straightforward verses, they were shocked. They were like, no, that doesn't make sense. And when they started looking at the different hadiths that didn't agree with each other, they started falling apart. There's people who went and they started like going to the extent of saying, like, I want to study Arabic and understand what the Quran means. But they start going to the extent where they start saying, the translation's wrong. I looked at Arabic, and they take probably like 1 year of college Arabic, not even like 1 semester. And they say, oh no, like I know the messenger shouldn't have spelled that this way. And if we're going to follow the woke mindset, it's like, well, okay, well, you're a white guy telling an Arab person that you know better than them. Okay. Oh, poor baby. She didn't like that example. That's fine. Selective emphasis. What these people end up doing, they start finding like things they did really want to hang up on. There was one person that I remember where they were fighting against perfect happiness, and they consistently went to the introduction, and they thought they were being smart. It's like, oh, I'm using the Revelations as a source. And they say, see, in this one line, it says, happiness is an exclusive quality of the soul, nothing else. And then we would look at them, it's like, have you read the second sentence? And the second sentence was, thus the Quran gives you the path to show perfect happiness for both body and soul. It's funny. They start saying, the same person starts saying, oh, I have audios that nobody else had. Then everyone starts showing the same audios they claim to have. And they're like, okay. They start taking words out of context. It's like, oh, but this word really, like, what does explain this mean? What is this? Well, this obviously means something else. And they start they start pulling from sources outside of the Quran. And even funnier is that these same people who claim like, oh, we can't make hadiths from the messenger, start quoting their memory about what the messenger told them. That's a circle. Doesn't make sense. My favorite one is also personal truths. If you're not seeing a pattern here, is that consistently they make themselves the glue. They try to make themselves the source of unity. And you see this example is that many people start saying, like, I want to change things. I want people to believe a certain way. They act in a way they want to be like the next messenger. They act like they want to guide people. They want to lead people. But we know that's not the reason why we practice this message. We don't come here to guide people. That's God's job. God may choose to guide them through the submitters. God may choose to give them reminders from people they would never expect. But they consistently made their egos that glue. And if you have all these different egos, all these different truths coming together, trying to be united, it's like literally taking a jigsaw puzzle from different puzzles and trying to put them together. It's never going to work. So the question is that why aren't they thinking about this? In Surah 23, verse 68, it says, why do not reflect upon the scripture? Did not realize that they have received something never attained by their ancestors? And we see this in consistent examples. Rabbi Judah the Pious is a fantastic one. When the Jews of France decided to change, I think it was the morning prayer, he pointed out to them, like, look, you can't be doing this. God gave us the perfect prayer. And when God sends scriptures to point out the laws, people create the Talmud. They can create the Hadith. They find whatever scholars might say to them. And they make those the source of law. But all these scholars constantly fight each other. There's no unity in this. And even more so, God tells us in Surah 30, verse 8, why do they not reflect on themselves? God did not create the heavens and the earth and everything between them except for a specific purpose and for a specific lifespan. However, most people, with regard to meeting their Lord, are disbelievers. This is the issue. It's their ego. It's consistently their ego. And this is something we have to always reflect on. The reason why these people are so divided is because they make their ego their God. And they might be ready to go and like immediately debates like, no, I'm really good. We're all united. We're all supporting each other. But these are the same people who can't even agree on the Qibla. These are the same people who divide because they found like a new messenger in their midst, or they can't agree how to follow these practices. But while claiming, we'll always be united no matter what. Now, for these people, no matter how much they reflect, repent, or ask forgiveness, it won't be accepted from them. God teaches us that those who believe after disbelieving, then plunge deeper in disbelief, their repentance will never be accepted. That's Surah 3, verse 90 through 91. And in Surah 7, verse 147, it says, those who reject our revelations and meaning of the hereafter, their works are nullified. Are they requited only for what they committed? So what are the true believers supposed to do in these situations? Are we supposed to think that I can find the solution? Are we supposed to say, like, I can convince everybody what's the right way to fix this? I know how to change people's minds? Or do we make God the source? Do we try to hold on to our own truths, which is an oxymoron because there's only one truth, and as we know, that's God's quality. God is the truth. Or do we hold on or we just literally hold on to the rope of God? Above all, we have to make God the being that keeps us together. If we stick to God, the believers will always be united. And it's a perfect plan. It's completely foolproof. It's fail-safe. The only thing you have to do is kill your ego and worship God alone. In Surah 61, verse 4, it says, God loves those who fight in his cause, united in one column, like bricks in one wall. In Surah 3, verse 103 to 105, it says, believers are united. You shall hold fast to the rope of God, all of you. Do not be divided. Recall God's blessings upon you. You used to be enemies, and he reconciled your hearts. These are personal enemies, by the way. These aren't enemies of God. By his grace, you became brethren. You were at the brink of a pit of fire, and he saved you therefrom. God thus explains his revelations for you that you may be guided. Let there be a community of you who invite to what is good, advocate righteousness, and forbid evil. These are the winners. Do not be like those who became divided and disputed despite the clear proofs that were given to them, for these have incurred a terrible retribution. Consistently, from my experience, because mashallah, I've been in the path a long time, and I remember I was telling some of the submitters that even when I was a kid, back in the Marin community, there was a lot of children. And I think it was Natasha, I was saying this to her, is like, from that, I think there's only like 2 of us from that Marin community left. We had like 12 or 15 kids back in that time. And, it's very interesting. Oh, yeah, that's right. Omi, so 3. I count Omi to San Jose. But it was interesting is that what drove these people apart was their desire to find a different source, was their desire to be right. They were so focused on themselves not wanting to be wrong. And mashallah, Human and I were actually talking about this, and I think this is something very important. Even when they recognized that they were wrong, they didn't want to admit it. And there was a great example, Aranak might remember this, Hossein and Payam, where they were having a debate with someone, and they were talking about 4 meats. And Aranak brought up a very interesting point. He says, look, there's an audio where Rashad says the specific doesn't always cancel out the general. And the person's eyes were shocked. They're like, this is impossible. Like, how can this happen? And they said, oh, maybe he took the message. He came back the next morning and said, no, you're crazy. You don't even know how to speak English. He was so focused on saying, no, I have to be right. Instead of trying to figure out, maybe there's something wrong here. So, as we're worshiping God, as we're asking God for guidance, we have to be very careful not to let our ego divide ourselves. One thing I always thought about, mashallah, as a lot of people like help out in the conferences, start up charities, one verse that always stuck to me, because I'm trying to make sure I never fall in these same mistakes, is when I do righteous works, do I think that's a substitute for making God my God? Because there's a lot of things, people can do things in motion. You can give charity, you can do your prayers, but you might not be there physically. In Surah 9, verse 19, it says, question to the Arabs, have you considered the watering of the pilgrims and caring for the sacred masjid a substitute for believing in God and the last day and striving in the cause of God? They are not equal in the sight of God. God does not guide the wicked people. We have to be very, very mindful, and I think a lot of speeches today have kind of hit this topic, is that you have to make sure you kill your ego. That's the be-all, end-all what we have to be. We have to make sure we have no other little deities or gods with a little g. We have to make sure that we don't put ourselves above God or anything. We don't seek exaltation in this life. We have to consistently hold fast to the rope of God. We have to be bricks in one wall. Think about it. God doesn't say hold each other's hands. God says hold on to the rope of God. It's like a good game of tug-of-war. If you know the proper way of doing tug-of-war, everyone's holding on to that same rope, and they're pulling together. There's a reason why God gives allegories like this, because there's some important message there. And even more so, I got to hurry here. I only have a couple more minutes here. We have to remember that whatever knowledge you have we weren't the smart ones to figure it out. Whatever wisdom you have, you weren't the crafty person. You weren't the one that took a class in statistics or mathematical logic and figured out this secret. God is the one that gave that to you. God teaches us in Surah 17, verse 85, that knowledge divine revelation is a source of all knowledge. And wisdom is a great treasure in Surah 2, verse 269. All these are blessings from God. There's so many people out there who are knowledgeable. They might be able to repeat any verse out there. They might be able to say what they know God's attributes or recite any sort of allegory. Or they don't know the true meaning behind it. And it's their bodies, their souls can't practice it. That's how terrible it is. So before I end, I want to end with this one verse and a little reflection on it. If we're ever in a situation where we find out that, hey, we might be wrong, we might make a mistake here, don't be humiliated. Ask God to seek the truth. Ask God to give you guidance. Ask God somehow to let you know what you need to do to be better. Don't be like people when they found out they were angry, they found out they were wrong, they got up angrily, started accusing everybody about the mistakes they made. They started focusing on protecting their ego. Because, if you think about it, and you shouldn't, and people should know this, God is in full control of everything. In Surah 3, verse 26 and 27, it says, attributes of God. Say, our God, possessor of all sovereignty. You grant sovereignty to whomever you choose. You remove sovereignty from whomever you choose. You grant dignity to whomever you choose, and commit to humiliation whomever you choose. In your hands are all provisions. You are omnipotent. You merge the night into the day and merge the day into the night. You produce the living from the dead and produce the dead from the living. You provide for whomever you choose without limits. If something's hurting your ego, you're destined to face that. It's in accordance with God's will. God is not the one doing bad things to you, but it's in accordance with God's will that you are committed to have your ego hurt like that. If you're wrong, ask God for help. Ask God for knowledge. Ask God for strength. Don't make yourself your glue. Don't try to make everything revolve around I can save this, I can fix my soul, I can help other people. No, God is the one that can do it. God willing, God can probably do it through you if God so wills. Ask God just to give you the opportunities to become closer to Him and be united, and that's literally all you have to do. So that's my speech. Thank you very much. 4 seconds. Wow. On time, mashallah.
Mashallah. Okay, so we can do some questions, but you have to say the question in Japanese. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No.
Oh, so desu ne.
Yeah. Okay, so anyone have any questions for, okay, mashallah. So we got Sanaz. Please stand as you, mashallah.
I agree, Omid. I also freaking hate hypocrites, wherever you are.
Great speech, Makan. I have a question. So what do we do when there is a, let's say in our community or any community, there is not there's a topic that we're not united on. Like, what is the solution? And let's say I don't know, 2 years, 3 years go by and we're still not united on that topic. What do you think the solution should be if after a few years of not, agreeing on a topic, what do you think that, where direction do you think we need to go? And do you think that, okay, I guess that's an add-on, so let's just deal with that part.
I think that's a really good question. My understanding has always been that, and this is with a little caveat, that I believe that either it's going to get better or it's going to get worse. There's been cases where, as we discuss and talk more and more, eventually the true submitters will come united, loving each other, but those with evil in their hearts, those who are truly not destined as far as God can see, will just slowly drift away or start fighting the submitters. So I think in those cases where people either drop out or start attacking the believers, that's when you stand against them. Clarification. Yeah, that's how I see it the same way, fundamental topics. You keep discussing it, and eventually either the people decide to drop out or fight against you or follow what God says. And I don't know a time limit. I haven't seen one with what God has said, but if it takes a while, that's concerning. So
Okay,
I think
my next question, Makan. He was in the wrong scene. So just, mashallah, great reminders on the topic of killing one's ego. We know we have to fight our own ego, and this is our own, internal struggle that each individual has. But as a community, do you think we play a role in also fighting one another's ego or helping each other in some way? Or is it just a very lonesome journey that we must take alone, ourselves?
No, it's obviously ultimately at the end of the day it's between you and God. But God, as we know, God has put the believers, and He's told us to force ourselves to be with the believers. We have to take those opportunities. God tells us to study together in the Quran study groups. He says we have to remind each other, for the reminder may benefit the believers. And in the Bible, there's actually a good verse where it says, it's a Proverbs, I remember, it says, iron sharpens iron, so does one person sharpen another. We point out, hey, your ego's acting up. And as believers, we hear that, hey, I don't want to go to hell, tell me what I have to do. And if they're right, then cool, you've killed your ego. If they're wrong, then mashallah, you know you're strong.
Mashallah, bro. Assalamu alaikum. Yay. Great speech. And, it just boils down to, for me, you were not united for unity's sake. We're united because of belief. And it's very important. I wanted to ask you, though, a lot of the times, the division between so-called believers is not always religious, right? It can be personal animosity. It can be being antagonistic towards one another. And how would you place something like that? Because I do see that as a kind of growing issue that as a community of believers we need to overcome, because God says the last stand for Satan is a division, is a wedge between the believers. So I feel like that's kind of like right at the heart of something a believing community would have to deal with. What would you think about that? What would you say for that?
No, I agree. There's been a lot of cases, a lot of people that are very close to me, that when you ask them, it's like, hey, you believe like, insurance is wrong, you believe like, there's perfect happiness. Like, yeah, we believe in all that. It's like, okay, come practice with us. It's like, I just can't. I hate these people. And they block themselves from that. And I mean, the only thing I can do is like, if God forbid, like we ever have these whispers in our head, God tells us seek refuge immediately. Do everything we can to ask God to like get rid of these things, because these things will take you away from God and bring you to hell.
Okay, mashallah.
Really? That's it? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, mashallah. So, do I have to go up here? So now we will take another break, God willing, and after that is namaz. So, yeah. So okay. Just so you guys know, the global consultation is not going to be streamed. And then, do we know the topic for tonight? Okay. So tonight's topic we're going to discuss is charity. So please be down sharp as the schedule says. We're going to start no matter what, like if people are here or not. So please be mindful. Go ahead. Right now is perfect time for break. So if you need to take your ablution.